Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you are watching live, it is a Saturday. If you are watching on replay, thank you for watching. Either way, appreciate you guys being here as we are continuing our five-part series, getting ready for Donna Adelson's trial, which starts on Tuesday, which is only a couple days away. This being Saturday, just a few days away. Jury selection starts on Tuesday with, we're thinking that it'll probably take 2 to 3 days to select a jury, and then opening statements should start possibly Friday, if not then the following Monday. So this is episode 2. Let me get us over here to our cast of characters in this sad play that is Dan Markel's shooting and ultimately passing away on July 18th of 2014. So let me just welcome in everybody on a Saturday morning. Who do we have with us? We've got Sherry M, and Crazy Mary Joe. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much. Excuse me, I got an itchy nose. Richard in the kitchen, and Clarinet Girl. Richard, yeah, we went offline yesterday. We came back. We did a part 2, Wendy's testimony, and then we did Dan's divorce attorney testifying during Charlie's trial. I thought that was really, really interesting. Jennifer, good morning. Thanks for doing this. Your daughter saw me watching a video a few weeks ago and asked what this trial was about, and I had to bust out the dry erase board and markers to explain it. Nice. Hey, Nancy. Hi, all. Fancy Nancy here. Traveled to the great state of Ohio today. It's beautiful where I am. Very nice. That's where I grew up in Ohio. Toots. Welcome to Rabbit Ears, Fur Baby's mom. Please say a prayer for our community of Yucapa. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that. A 7-month-old was kidnapped from a Big 5 parking lot. All they have is a brief description of the suspect. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Terrible. The McCormick family, hello to you. And Lily Wayne, good to see you. Thank you guys for joining us. Shelly Beans and let's see, is it SWT? Amy? We know you as different names. Lynn and SC. You're welcome. Thank you. Hey, Sharon, thank you for joining us. Itchy Withers Rescue, listening as you head out to do barn chores. Stop by and see after this amazing live show. Very cool. Gretchen, watching from the comfort of your bed. Perfect. Aussie Gardner, awesome. Thank you for joining us. As well as Widespread Panic. We do put a lot of work into this. Yes, we do. And thank you. Thank you, Widespread. That's very sweet of you. Hey, Deborah, good to see you. And Susan, thank you for joining us. Carol, thanks for the deep dive on Donna so I can catch up before her trial. That's exactly why we're doing this. So appreciate you guys coming in and listening. Silas, hello to you. And Northwest. Northwest is sleepy. Yes, I'm sure it's an early Saturday morning for you. Oh, hold on. Come here, buddy. Come on. Here you go. Little man at the gates knocking. Let me in. Pat, Canadian, watching from Cozumel. Cool. Thank you for joining us. Gordon, happy weekend to you. All right. So let's get this party started. For those that are coming in new to this trial, or if you just watched a little bit yesterday, we're covering Donna Adelson. She is the matriarch of the Adelson family. She's going on trial on the 19th of August, which is just a few days away. She is charged with first-degree murder and solicitation of murder. Dan Markel, who is our victim, he was 41. He was a world-renowned law professor at FSU, which is Florida State University in Tallahassee, which is the capital of Florida. He had gone to work out. He came home, and a car pulled up behind him in his driveway, and he was shot twice in the left cheek. This was July 18th of 2014. He did survive for about 15 to 16 hours-ish. I don't quite know his specific date or time that he passed. We might hear that in testimony. But for now, he was shot around 11 o'clock in the morning, and he lived the entire day, and then he passed away somewhere around 1:30 or so overnight of the 18th into the 19th. Actually, it was the 19th, but it was, the night of the 18th into the early morning hours of the 19th. He was married to Wendy Adelson, who is the daughter of Donna and Harvey Adelson. Now, Harvey had a very well-known, successful dental practice, an institute it was called, in South Florida, Miami specifically. He has a son named Charlie, he was a periodontist, and he would travel from Miami to Fort Lauderdale to West Palm to Jupiter, which is all on the east coast of South Florida, and they're all within about 2 to 3 hours of each other. So Charlie would go travel back and forth. So Wendy and Dan were in a bitter custody battle. They had 2 kids. Wendy wanted to move her kids from Tallahassee back down to Miami to be closer to Donna and Harvey and Charlie. And the Adelsons were even willing to pay Dan $1 million if he allowed that. Dan did not allow that. He did not want to be separated from his 2 boys. He was fiercely loyal to his boys. He loved his boys, and he did not want his boys to be moved, 10-hour drive away. So Catherine, Sigfredo, and Luis, they come into the picture because Charlie and Catherine were dating. Catherine worked at another dental office where Charlie would come and he would do his periodontal work. They hit it off. They ended up dating. And one Halloween, the Halloween before 2013, according to Catherine, and we'll hear her testimony. We're going to play her testimony today. Today, we're going to hear, today's episode is The State Presents Its Case. Yesterday was our last episode. Episode 1 was all about who is Dan Markel. Today is The State Presents Its Case. So Catherine will testify, or she'll say, I don't know if she'll say it in this testimony or for another one, but she says one Halloween, the Halloween before 2013, Charlie gets in his car and says, "Hey, do you know someone who can hurt someone?" And she says, "Well, yes, I do." She was married to Sigfredo, she had kids with Sigfredo Garcia. They were not married. She had kids with Sigfredo Garcia, and he was childhood friends with Luis Rivera, who was a Latin King member. Donna says he was the leader of the Latin Kings. I still haven't seen evidence to support that. I'm not saying he's not. I don't know for sure. But until we see proof of that, I'm just going to go with Donna says he was the leader of the Latin Kings. In any event, Catherine and Charlie, they get together. They get some money together. Catherine tells Sigfredo and Luis the situation. They drive up to Tallahassee from Miami. They do it once, and they are about to shoot Dan, and they see kids, and they're like, nope, we're not going to do it with kids. So they leave, they abort, they come back, and then no kids this time. They stalk Dan. He goes to work out. They drive around. They stalk him at his gym. They wait till he gets home. Luis is driving. Sigfredo gets out of the car, shoots Dan twice in the left cheek. So that's kind of where we stand right now. Charlie was convicted in 2023 of November. A week later, Donna and Harvey are fleeing the country, or they say, "Hey, we're just going on a vacation." They had one-way tickets to Vietnam, which does not have extradition. So little suspicious there. So they're arrested literally on the runway. So Charlie convicted. Catherine had 2 trials. Sigfredo had 1 trial. Luis took a plea deal. So if you go into our description, you will see what their full, and I'll read it. So Charlie, he got life plus 30 years. So first degree conspiracy and solicitation were his charges. Sigfredo, he was the trigger man. He got life plus 60. First degree conspiracy and solicitation. That was Catherine. Sorry, I'm misreading. Sorry. Catherine, girlfriend of Charlie's and the intermediate, she got life plus 60, first degree conspiracy and solicitation. So her and Charlie both got first degree conspiracy and solicitation. Sigfredo, he was the trigger man. He got life, just straight up life, and he's just first degree and then conspiracy. And then Luis flipped on them all. He was actually in federal prison for another charge. He flips on them. He was the driver, childhood friend of Sigfredo. He got 19 years for his plea deal, and his charge was second degree. Now Donna, her charge is first degree and solicitation. So that's where she stands. So again, if you want to read our description, you can see Oh, and conspiracy. I got to put conspiracy up there. So she's conspiracy as well. All right, I didn't put conspiracy. So she's first degree conspiracy and solicitation. So I got to add that. Got to add that to that chart. All right, so that's where we stand. So let's see. Jenny, you guys are awesome. Thanks for putting these episodes together. Thank you, Jenny. I really appreciate that. Joanne Jedi Platypus is with us. Kim, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Deborah, awesome. Thank you guys for joining us. Irene, good morning to you. Short Life, catching up. All right, Andrew, wasn't he a captain? I don't know, to be quite honest. I haven't heard. If you've heard, please cite sources. We have not. I haven't heard it. Have you? All right, my producer, Erin, she knows this trial inside and out. Her and Joanne Jedi Platypus are like, those guys know this trial way more than I do. So Charlie was in Stark, or where was he? He was in Tallahassee, or anyway, he was in prison here. Because he said multiple times during his trial, during his testimony, the Latin Kings this, the Latin Kings that. They extorted me. They did this. They did that to me. He was getting threats on his life here in Florida, so they moved him to South Dakota, and that's where he is right now. So yeah, Andrew, I'm not sure if Luis was. I'm not sure, to be quite honest. I really don't know. I know he's a member, but I don't know how high up he goes. Hey, Jennifer, good morning to you from Ohio. Tyler, good to see you from Denver. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's get started, you guys. It's a long day. We got like a 7-hour day ahead of us, so let's get going. Now you guys sort of know the backstory. So right now, the name of this episode, as you can see, is Episode 2, The State Presents Their Case. So we're going to start out with Georgia Kappelman, who is the state's attorney, and she is going to present her opening arguments for the Catherine had 2 trials. Her first one was hung, and that was with Sigfredo. That was a dual trial. They were tried together. Sigfredo was found guilty. Catherine was hung, and then they tried her again, where she was found guilty. So this is Catherine's first, and I'm going to play both. I'm going to play both of their openings. So Georgia does Catherine's first trial, and then Susan Dugan, who is her co-counsel, she does Catherine's second trial. So I kind of want to compare and contrast to see if there's any difference. All right, so this is Catherine's trial number 1. Here we go. And you guys may recognize this judge if you watched us, Henry Segura. He was the same judge that tried Henry Segura. So if you guys were around and you watched us do a rewatch of Henry Segura, this is the same judge. I forget his name right now. I'll find out his name.
We'll start with the state of Florida.
May it please the court, counsel, members of the jury, good morning. The evidence in this case will show that at 11 a.m. on July 18th, 2014, Jim Geiger is with his wife and grandchildren at his home on Trescott Drive when he hears a noise that sounds like a gunshot. He goes to a large bay window at the front of his residence and looks outside toward his neighbor's house. And he observes what appears to be a light-colored Prius or Prius-type vehicle back quickly out of his neighbor's driveway and take off toward Benton Road. Concerned, Mr. Geiger walks out his front door and walks in the direction of his neighbor's residence. His neighbor is Dan Markel. Seeing that Mr. Markel's vehicle is running in the garage, he's thinking, well, maybe Mr. Markel's about to back out. So he kind of goes back to his house, but he kind of keeps an eye on the driveway. When Mr. Markel does not back out after a couple moments, Mr. Geiger goes over to do some further investigation. And that is when he sees a terrible sight. His neighbor, Dan Markel, behind the wheel with a terrible wound to his head. There is shattered glass everywhere. Mr. Markel is seated in the driver's seat. He's alive, he's moving, he's still groaning, but he's not able to talk, he's not responsive, and he's obviously in distress. Mr. Geiger, seeing this, runs home for his phone and calls 911. That call came in at 11:01 a.m. in broad daylight. First responders arrived to find 41-year-old Dan Markel unresponsive. He's taken to the hospital where he survives for some time, I think about 14 hours, before he is officially pronounced deceased. Dan Markel, father of 2 young boys and highly respected attorney at law and professor at the Florida State University College of Law, was shot twice in the head in his own garage in broad daylight. Who would do such a thing? Nothing seems to be missing from the crime scene. There's no sign of a forced entry or a robbery attempt. How do you begin to investigate a case like this? What clues did the killers leave behind? Well, thanks to our 911 caller, we know that the suspect vehicle is a light-colored Prius. And there's a second 911 call as well. You'll learn that Mr. Markel was on the phone at the time he was murdered, and the person that he was on the phone with heard Markel say, "Hold on a moment, there's someone in my driveway I don't recognize." Then the line went dead and the man was unable to reach Mr. Markel again, so he called 911. So we learned from that the person that murdered Mr. Markel was a stranger to him. It was someone he did not recognize. An inquiry into Dan Markel's movements that morning revealed that he dropped his 2 young sons off at daycare at about 8:50 a.m., then went to work out at Premier Gym, and then was killed shortly upon his return home from the gym. Law enforcement obtained surveillance from the gym and later surveillance from a city bus, so there are cameras mounted to city buses, and they got surveillance from the city buses along the route that they think this Prius might have traveled, along the route that they think Mr. Markel would have traveled between the gym and his residence. And they discover something ominous on this surveillance footage. A light-colored Prius, which they deduced from this surveillance was silver pine mica, that's the exact color, which appears to follow Dan Markel into the gym parking lot at 9:11 a.m. on the morning of his death. The Prius waits in the parking lot for Mr. Markel to work out, which is approximately an hour. And then the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the parking lot at about 10:38 a.m. The Prius was also observed on a surveillance camera from the city bus, which narrows the time of Mr. Markel's death even further, because we see that Prius on a bus both before, minutes before, and then moments after the murder as well, fleeing at a high rate of speed north on Thomasville Road towards the interstate. And you will observe these surveillance videos and learn a few things from these images that were captured about our suspect vehicle. You'll learn the exact color of the Prius, silver pine mica, the approximate year of the vehicle, the fact that the vehicle had a black aftermarket side mirror attached to it, a missing tow hook cover, which is just a little round circle on the front bumper of the vehicle, and a SunPass transponder mounted to the front of the windshield. Also, in one of the images from the city bus captured after the murder, you will see the presence of what appears to be a driver in a dark-colored shirt and a passenger in a light-colored shirt. That becomes important because later, when we have 2 suspects develop, we find an ATM video that shows in Pembroke Pines, Florida, on the same day of the murder, a silver pine mica Prius at an ATM with our 2 suspects pictured inside, and you'll see those images as well. So meanwhile, law enforcement's gathering these surveillance images, trying to get information about the suspects and the vehicle that might be involved in this murder. While they're doing that, they're simultaneously trying to learn more about Dan Markel's life, who is close to him, who might have a motive to want him dead. Law enforcement meets with Markel's ex-wife, Wendy Adelson, whereby they learn that she has been embroiled in a very contentious divorce and continued litigation with Mr. Markel regarding the enforcement of the divorce settlement agreement and specifically the custody of their 2 boys. Pleadings from the divorce indicate that Wendy Adelson had made efforts to relocate to South Florida. She'd actually moved to South Florida with the kids, and a court ordered her on June 20th, 2013, that she had to come back to Tallahassee. She couldn't leave with Mr. Markel's children. Emails between Wendy Adelson and her mother, Donna Adelson, that occur around the time of this litigation, about 1 year before the murder, indicate that Donna Adelson despised Dan Markel and was desperate to find a way for Wendy and these two kids to move down to where she was located in South Florida. Donna Adelson in these emails refers to Dan Markel as a religious zealot, a bastard. She says, let's show this F blank, 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 what will make him absolutely miserable, and proposes a plan of action for how to threaten and or bully and or bribe Dan Markel into allowing Wendy to move to South Florida with the children. These plans included converting the children to Catholicism, even though the entire family was Jewish. All the Adelsons were Jewish as well. But this suggestion was a way to gain leverage against Mr. Markel because Dan Markel was very observant in his faith, and it was very important to him that his children be raised in an environment that observed and was committed to the Jewish faith. The divorce between Wendy and Dan Markel was final back on July 31st of 2013, but as I mentioned, the litigation continued as both sides filed pleadings back and forth in reference to alleged violations of the divorce agreement, in reference to child custody, and specifically one of the last pleadings filed prior to Dan Markel's murder is in reference to Wendy Adelson's mother, his mother-in-law, Donna Adelson. And in this pleading, he alleged that the children's grandmother, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to the kids, and he was petitioning the court to order that Donna Adelson not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with his children, her grandchildren. A ruling was never made on that motion because Dan Markel was murdered before the hearing was conducted. Wendy Adelson was interviewed, as I mentioned, and she will tell you that she sure hopes someone didn't do this on her behalf. She will tell you that her brother, Charlie Adelson, who also lives in South Florida with her mother, not with, but in the same area as her mother, Donna Adelson, and her father, Harvey Adelson. She'll tell you that Charlie, quote, looked into hiring a hitman, but decided buying her a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper. And what was her alibi for the murder? Where was she when Dan Markel was killed? She has a witness who was present at her home, a repairman who was fixing that very TV. An appointment that was set up by her mother, Donna Adelson. So Wendy's brother, Charlie Adelson, has made references to hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, and now hitmen have murdered Dan Markel. Meanwhile, law enforcement is still putting together more information about the Prius and the killers. They have gotten a search warrant for all the phone numbers that interacted with the cell tower, consistent with people being in the area of Premier Gym at the time that we know they were there. So literally every cell phone that interacted with those towers during that hour period of time. And they cross-referenced all of that data with Mr. Markel and his in-laws. So basically, have any of the phone numbers that appear on that tower around the time that we know the suspects were at the gym been in contact recently with Dan Markel or with his in-laws or with his ex-wife? The purpose of that was to try to see if there was any link there. And combing through all this data and putting it all together was a very tedious task, but they did find one number with a South Florida exchange, which was present both in the area of Premier Gym at the time that the killers were there, and was linked to a single phone call on July 1st, 2014, so about 17 days before the murder. This number that was at Premier Gym from South Florida contacted Harvey Adelson. So the father-in-law of the deceased, husband of Donna Adelson, father of Wendy Adelson. And that number that contacted Harvey Adelson and that was also present at the gym on our date in question belonged to Sigfredo Garcia, the defendant in this case, aka Tuto, T-U-T-O. It's a lot. And an examination of Garcia's call logs showed a frequent contact with another number, which also was present on our what we're calling tower dumps. So all those numbers that interacted with that cell phone tower at Premier at that time. Another number, no connection with the Adelsons that we found, but a frequent caller of Sigfredo Garcia is Luis Rivera. That phone number was also present at Premier at the time that our suspect vehicle was there. Luis Rivera's AKA is Tato. So we've got Tuto and Tato. So why would these two guys, Tuto and Tato, with no apparent ties to Tallahassee, be all the way up here from Miami, hanging around the gym at the same time that our suspect Prius was there? Possibly because they're our suspects. They're the ones inside the Prius. So now that we have these suspect phone numbers, we subpoena all the location information from the cell phone providers to show information about Rivera and Garcia's phones. Where were they during the time leading up to the homicide and after the homicide, and at the time of the homicide? And what it shows, which you'll get detailed testimony about in the form of digital evidence, is that Rivera and Garcia's phones leave Miami on July 16th, 2014. You'll see their movements up from Miami to Tallahassee. You'll see their movements around Tallahassee, including being in the area of Premier Gym. And then you'll see that both phones are consistent with having been turned off around the time that the Prius was at Premier Gym waiting for Dan Markel to come out. And both phones remain inactive until about an hour after the murder, where they pop back up, headed southbound on the interstate toward Miami. As a result of this evidence, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia were charged with first-degree murder of Dan Markel. The police work that has just taken me a few minutes to summarize took about 2 years to accomplish. By the time Rivera and Garcia were arrested for this murder, Rivera was in custody on an unrelated federal racketeering charge, which concerned Rivera's affiliation with a criminal street gang. So when we developed these suspects, Rivera's in custody on something else. Ultimately, the state made a deal with Rivera to tell the truth in exchange for a plea to second-degree murder and a 19-year prison sentence to run concurrent or at the same time as his federal sentence. Rivera will tell you that he was hired by his lifelong friend, Sigfredo Garcia, who was hired by his longtime girlfriend and children's mother, Catherine Magbanawa, aka Katie, to come to Tallahassee and to kill Dan Markel. Magbanawa had an on-again, off-again relationship with Mr. Garcia, and during one of the off-again periods, you will learn prior to the murder, during one of these off-again periods with Mr. Garcia, she was seeing somebody else, a wealthy dentist by the name of Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson had a sister in Tallahassee, Wendy Adelson, and Wendy Adelson had a problem, and her problem was named Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was Magbanawa, Rivera, and Garcia. Garcia told Rivera that Catherine Magbanawa had gotten them a job, and it was a big one. It was going to pay a lot of money. The job was in Tallahassee. Rivera and Garcia made, you'll learn, not one, but 2 trips to Tallahassee. The first trip was about 6 weeks prior to Markel's death, and it was intended to be a murder trip, but it ended up being more of a scouting trip. The murder did not occur. Garcia told Rivera on the way to Tallahassee on that first trip that they were coming up here to do a murder. Garcia showed Mr. Rivera a photograph of who they were coming to kill. He had a piece of paper with a picture of Dan Markel on it and some typed words underneath. He indicated to Rivera that they needed to kill this guy so that his wife could get their kids, and that they were going to be paid $100,000 for the job, with Rivera's cut being $35,000. Rivera bought a gun off the street, and Garcia rented a car for this June trip. Rivera asked Garcia, and this is the first trip, Rivera asked Garcia who knew that he was going along, who knew he was involved. And Garcia assured him that only Katie knew, Catherine Magbanua. On the way, Garcia showed Rivera the piece of paper, and Rivera also overheard several phone calls between Garcia and Magbanua during this first trip, which included Magbanua instructing Garcia about what they needed to do, including things like, make sure you do everything right. Don't do anything stupid. When you are done, call me. Garcia and Rivera got a hotel room here in Tallahassee on this first trip. They did some scouting around the Markel residence, but couldn't get the job done, and ultimately headed back to Miami. 6 weeks later, the two returned to Tallahassee in the green Prius rented by Luis Rivera in Miami, Florida. They brought the same gun that was present on the first trip, the one that Luis Rivera bought off the street, and that ultimately becomes the murder weapon. On this trip, they spend 2 nights in Tallahassee, again scouting around the Markel residence, attempting to follow Mr. Markel, and you'll hear Catherine Magbanua previously instructed them not to do anything stupid. And her reasoning for that will be evidenced by some of the activity that they get up to when they're here. For example, Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard on the passenger side of the Prius with the murder weapon prior to the murder, which resulted in them severing the gas line and rendering the vehicle inoperable. Then they had to get a ride to the store to buy some supplies to fix the thing on the side of the road. So you'll hear a little bit about that. Then, the night before the murder, Rivera will tell you that he took a picture of an owl and posted it on Instagram, which, as y'all may know, indicates where you are when you post something. And he'll tell you that Catherine Magbanua immediately called Garcia to tell Rivera how stupid he was and to take the picture down because nobody could know where he was. Again, Rivera overhears conversation during the second trip between Garcia and Magbanua. Catherine Magbanua indicates that they have to get this job done because the professor is planning to leave town in the near future. So on July 18th, 2014, Rivera and Garcia follow Professor Markel to the daycare where he drops off his kids at approximately 8:50 in the morning. Then they go to the gym where they wait in the parking lot while Mr. Markel works out. And then they go to his home where Rivera pulls the Prius into the driveway close up to the bumper of Mr. Markel where he's parked in his driveway. You'll hear that Garcia gets out and approaches Markel with the revolver purchased on the street by Luis Rivera, and that Garcia shoots Mr. Markel twice through the driver's window before hopping back into the Prius. Rivera backs out of the driveway and they head back to Miami. I mentioned earlier that both men had their phones off, and that once they turn their phones back on, the very first call that either of them make after the homicide is Mr. Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. And what does he say? He says, "The job is done." And what does she reply? She says, "I know." There's a brief discussion about when they'll get their money. And Catherine Magbanua says, "Don't worry about the money. I will get the money. You'll get it tomorrow." Then the next day, Rivera was at the barber shop when he talked to Catherine Magbanua. She advised that she had the money and was looking for Garcia to pay up, but wasn't able to find Garcia. Rivera knew where to look for Garcia at another young lady's residence. Rivera successfully rounds up Garcia and they head to They all meet at Rivera's house where Rivera gets his payment. So Rivera, Garcia, and Magbanawa are all present. Rivera gets his money, $35,000, stapled into packs of $1,000 apiece. Garcia also gave Rivera a little extra money later that night while they're out celebrating. In the weeks and months after the homicide, Rivera and Garcia each bought a motorcycle. Garcia also bought a car. Catherine Magbanawa also got a car, a black Lexus, whose previous owner happens to be Harvey Adelson. Magbanawa was also put on the payroll at the Adelson's dental practice shortly after the homicide and began receiving regular checks for approximately 2 years, although law enforcement has yet to determine what, if anything, what if any service she provides to that dental office. And the folks that work there don't seem to know either. She got a breast augmentation surgery shortly after the homicide. She had trips paid for by Charlie Adelson after the homicide that didn't even include him. And she deposited large amounts of cash into her bank account around the time of the murder, sometimes multiple deposits at different banks in the same day. So in an effort to ferret out who are all of the members of this conspiracy, and to prove how information flowed, how was the conspiracy structured, we, on April 19th, 2016, so almost 2 years after the murder, law enforcement conducts an undercover operation. They got court authorization to go up on a wire, what's called a wire, on Catherine Magbanawa's phone, and also Charlie Adelson's phone, which means they could listen in real time to what was being said on these phones. That's, despite some popular belief, not something the government normally can do without special authorization. In this case, that authorization was put in place, and law enforcement was prepared to listen to both Catherine Magbanawa's calls and Charlie Adelson's calls. They then sent an undercover agent posing as someone who basically was on behalf of Rivera to walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and basically try to extort money out of her. This undercover officer handed Donna Adelson a piece of paper. And on the paper is a story about the death of Dan Markel. It includes a photograph of Dan Markel, and written on the page is a phone number and the amount $5,000. And the undercover agent, I'm summarizing, tells Donna Adelson, basically, my buddy Rivera, he didn't say the word Rivera, but my buddy's sitting in jail, and you're out here taking care of Katie and Tudo. So basically, he's asking for $5,000 for Rivera to even things out. So now law enforcement starts listening to the calls. Like, we do this little thing, it's 2 years after the murder, we do this undercover operation to try to generate some chatter and see who will say what to whom. And you'll get an opportunity to hear some of those phone calls that result from this undercover operation. That phone number, the undercover agent's phone number that's written on that piece of paper that's handed to Donna Adelson, you're going to see that it travels from Donna to Charlie to Katie and then to Sigfredo. You will hear and see evidence of these calls, and you can make of them what you will. But in conclusion, I believe that you will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the state is not pulling a fast one on you, but rather that Catherine Magbanawa was hired to solicit Garcia, who in turn solicited Rivera to come to Tallahassee and to execute Mr. Markel in cold blood. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty as charged for both defendants. Thank you.
All right, so that is Catherine's. That's Catherine's opening. Oh, that was her first trial, right? So that was Georgia Kappelman. Now I want to play Susan Dugan's opening for because Catherine's first trial was hung, right? So now I want to play I'm going to play Susan Dugan's opening. This is Catherine's second trial.
In the short term?
So I just want to kind of compare and contrast styles, and if she says anything different. There's anything different. This is a different judge too. This is Judge Robert Wheeler. All right, so this is Judge Wheeler, and this is, so that first, we're going to go back to Catherine's trial because we're going to play Luis Rivera's testimony and then Catherine's testimony. But I wanted to play both states' openings just in case there was something different that they said. So I want to make sure we get the full picture. So this is Catherine's second trial. That her first trial was hung. Sigfreda was found guilty. She was hung. So they retried her, and in this trial she was found guilty. So this is Susan Dugan doing the state opening, not Georgia Kappelman. So this one, we're going to check this one out.
Providing their own testimony. Those witnesses that have also been tested as the state may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. May you please support the counsel?
And again, you guys might recognize, so the judge was the other judge, Judge Hankins. What was his name again? Let me just make sure I got his name right. Hankinson. So Judge Hankinson was Henry Segura's judge. Susan Dugan was part of the team that tried Henry Segura. So we're starting to see all these judges and players kind of interweave with each other. If you watch trials long enough, you see that.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Thank you for being here today. Judge, I think we might have a question.
Yes.
Should I address you, Your Honor?
Well, is the question anything substantive, or are you having a problem hearing, or?
Yeah, it has to do with my hearing aid.
Okay. Do you need something done, or do you need to be closer to the speaker?
Apparently, my Bluetooth did not disconnect from my phone, and so I can hear like beeps like that.
You're hearing some feedback?
I just need to
Turn off your phone?
turn off my phone.
Okay. Deputy, if you could take the juror back to turn off his phone. That'll be fine. You can just go back and turn off your phone. Just let us know when you're ready and come back out.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning again, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you all for your service today. All right, so the reason we're here today. The reason we're here this morning is because the defendant in this case, Catherine McBanois, set up the murder of a man named Dan Markel. And the evidence in this case will prove to you that the defendant was the link, or the middleman, between the people who wanted this murder done and the person who pulled the trigger. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, the defendant had a rich boyfriend named Charlie Adelson. And Charlie Adelson's family had a big problem, and that problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to the problem was this defendant. This defendant was the solution because she had connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a stranger, someone they'd never met, and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and his family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys at the time of his death. He was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University, and he was shot twice in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of Dan Markel's life began like any other of his days that summer. He woke up, he dropped his 2 young sons off at preschool, and then he drove to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home, he pulled in the driveway, and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his normal routine that morning, he was being followed. He was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of murdering him. And when he pulled into his driveway that morning after his workout, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot. He looked out the window, and the neighbor saw a light-colored Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed off towards Benton Road. The neighbor, waited a couple minutes and looked outside to see if Dan Markel was gonna, come outside or back down the driveway too or what. And he didn't see anything, so he, got a funny feeling, walks over there to see what's going on, and he discovers a gruesome scene. He sees that Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, is shattered. He sees that Dan Markel is still behind the wheel, and he's alive but unresponsive and terribly injured. He calls 911, and law enforcement arrives. They find Dan Markel unresponsive too. He's got a gunshot wound to the head, and he's taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. And Dan Markel was just 41 years old when he died. Law enforcement immediately begins to investigate. Who killed Dan Markel? They learn of a couple of clues that immediately set them down these 2 different paths in this investigation. The first path relates to Dan Markel's personal life, and the second path relates to that light-colored Prius that the neighbors saw fleeing from the crime scene. And the evidence will show that both of these paths led to this defendant. So let's talk about the first path. In looking into Dan Markel's personal life, at who might have a motive to want him dead, law enforcement learned that Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who was named Wendy Adelson. A review of the court case file revealed that Wendy Adelson was desperate to move back to Miami with her children in order to be closer to her parents. Her parents are named Harvey and Donna Adelson, and also her brother, who lives down there too. His name is Charlie Adelson. And you may remember that name from earlier. Charlie Adelson was the rich boyfriend of the defendant. Dan Markel was adamantly opposed to his children being relocated to Miami. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. He wants his kids here with him. And the judge ended up ruling in his favor, in Dan Markel's favor. So Wendy was not permitted to move to Miami with the children. Unless, of course, something happened to Dan Markel. A review of Wendy Adelson's emails revealed that her mother, Donna Adelson, hated Dan Markel and was desperate to find a way for Wendy and her children, Donna Adelson's grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami, even if that meant having to threaten, bully, or bribe Dan Markel to accomplish this. Although the divorce between Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson was final about a year before the murder, but litigation continued throughout that year, right up until his death, with both sides alleging violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement. And actually, shortly before the murder, Dan Markel alleged that Donna Adelson was disparaging him to his children. And he actually asked the court to enter an order preventing Donna Adelson from having unsupervised contact with his children, her grandchildren. But the murder of Dan Markel ensured that a ruling on this motion would never be a problem. And just days after the murder, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami within walking distance of the Adelson family's Miami home.
Dan Markel's son's last name was changed from Markel to Adelson, and just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives. And the Adelson family's big problem had been resolved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelsons are a very tight-knit family. Wendy and her parents and her brother Charlie are all extremely close. Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson actually all work together at the Adelson Institute, which is the family's dental practice in Miami. And Charlie is especially close with his mother, Donna. The two of them talk every day on the phone for long periods of time, and Donna is very involved in Wendy Adelson and Charlie Adelson's lives. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson, and she acknowledged that her family did have a motive to want Dan Markel dead. She said that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had actually made comments that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present to her, but decided to buy her a TV instead because that was cheaper. So this path of looking into a motive in Dan Markel's personal life of who would want to kill him leads law enforcement to Charlie Adelson, a man who looked into hiring a hitman to kill him. And then Dan Markel was killed by a hitman. And who was Charlie Adelson's girlfriend at the time of this murder? It was this defendant, Catherine Manbanois. And the fact that she was his girlfriend at the time becomes significant when you hear where the other path of this investigation led. The other path began when the neighbors saw that Prius pulling out of the driveway, fleeing from the crime scene. So, simultaneously, as police are investigating any motive in Dan Markel's personal life, the police are always also trying to track down that Prius. They've got to track down that Prius. And when law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps that morning on the day of his death, they uncovered some chilling surveillance images of that Prius, just like the one seen by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot, waiting for an hour for him in the parking lot while he was inside working out, and then following him back home from Premier Gym to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with cell phone records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. And they were able to identify both of the hitmen who rented that car and the woman who hired them to do the killing, this defendant. Finding the hitman and this defendant, though, was not a simple task. And you'll hear a lot about that during this trial. This was done through a painstaking review of surveillance images, cell phone records, SunPass toll records that took a long time. It was a monumental task. And law enforcement combed through all of the cell phone numbers communicating with the cell tower that services Premier Gym around the time that that Prius was seen in the parking lot. And law enforcement found a number with a Miami area code, and that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia, who is the father of the defendant's children. Law enforcement examined all of Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was also present at Premier Gym that day when the Prius was there. And that number belongs to a man named Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera is a Miami Latin King gang member, and he is a lifelong friend of Sigfredo Garcia. So police then look at all of Garcia and Rivera's phone records, and it shows that they left Miami on July 16th of 2014. They arrived in Tallahassee on the day of the murder on July 18th. They followed Dan Markel to Premier Gym. It shows their phones both being powered down, turned off just minutes before the murder, and they stayed off until after the murder. The phones then came on again around Gainesville as the two were headed southbound back to Miami, and an ATM camera caught both of them in the Prius on the return trip down to Miami. So now police know the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel, but they continue to look for evidence to explain why two men who live in Miami came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and Dan Markel? Phone records revealed that one of Garcia's most frequent contacts in his cell phone was the defendant. As I said, Garcia and the defendant shared children in common together, and they also have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship. And the defendant, they saw, is also a frequent contact in Charlie Adelson's phone records, the man who once joked about hiring a hitman to kill Markel. And law enforcement, as I said, learned that the defendant was dating Charlie Adelson at the time that Dan Markel was murdered. So the defendant's boyfriend was looking to hire a hitman, and her children's father was the hitman who killed Dan Markel. So not only did the path of law enforcement looking into the motive in this crime lead to the defendant because she was dating Charlie Adelson, but looking into the car fleeing the scene also led law enforcement to the defendant through her relationship with Garcia. So both of these paths in this investigation ended with the defendant. 2 investigations and 1 conclusion. Law enforcement then reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and this defendant all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. The defendant got a breast augmentation surgery and later got a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. The defendant's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Also, about 2 months after this murder, the defendant was added to the payroll at the Adelson Institute. She began receiving regular checks from their business account, although no one has been able to determine what, if anything, she did for the dental practice. She never physically went there to work. She never made any calls on the Adelsons' behalf that law enforcement was ever able to find. And the other employees of the Adelson Institute confirmed that she did not work there. Bank records showed that the defendant's account had a huge cash spike shortly after this murder. You'll learn that she deposited more money into her account in the 5 weeks after this murder than in the entire year before. And this was during a time where there was no record of her being employed. In the year following the murder, she deposited 3 times as much cash as she did in the year before the murder. So the investigation that developed from the crime scene led to the defendant through the relationship with the shooter. The investigation that led from looking into the motive in his private life led to the defendant through her relationship with Charlie Adelson. And the financial evidence implicated the defendant as a beneficiary of a large amount of cash and some gifts after the murder. But the police also noticed something else. They noticed a distinct pattern in the phone activity surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson, then from Charlie Adelson to this defendant, and then from this defendant to Sigfredo Garcia, and then back the other way. Donna Adelson never contacted the defendant. Charlie Adelson never contacted Sigfredo Garcia. Could it be that the Adelsons were insulating themselves from the killers, the people who pulled the trigger, by having this defendant act as a middleman to set up this murder? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation to clarify who the members of this conspiracy were and how information traveled within the conspiracy. Police were able to get court authorization to go up on a wiretap, and they listened in real time to the phone calls between the defendant and Charlie Adelson. But at that point, almost 2 years had gone by since the murder. All the members of the conspiracy had gone on with their lives, believing they'd gotten away with this. The defendant and Charlie Adelson are still in communication, but they are no longer dating, and they hadn't been in a relationship for about 1.5 years. The defendant is actually back together with Sigfredo Garcia at this point, kind of on again, off again. At this point, they're back together. And Charlie Adelson has moved on and had many other girlfriends since the defendant. And Rivera, at that time, was actually in federal prison doing time on another charge unrelated to this murder. As part of the undercover operation, the police needed some event that would generate conversation between the conspirators of this murder. And the plan was to send an undercover agent posing as somebody on behalf of Luis Rivera, who was incarcerated. And they wanted him to send the undercover agent. They wanted the undercover agent to walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to extort money out of her. So the undercover agent walks up to Donna Adelson outside of Adelson Institute. He hands her a piece of paper, and the piece of paper has an article on it about the murder of Dan Markel. And it has a phone number, and it has the amount of $5,000. And the undercover agent tells Donna Adelson that he knows that the Adelsons are taking care of Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, and that Rivera wants more money to even things out. Because if y'all will remember, the defendant is still on the Adelson Institute payroll. She stays on the payroll from about 2 months after the murder all the way up to May 2016. And she's continuing to get money from the Adelsons, while Rivera just got the one-time payment for murder. So that's what the undercover agent says. He wants more money to even things out, Rivera does. Then law enforcement listens to see what will happen next. Will Donna Adelson call Garcia or Rivera? Will she call the police? Or will she confirm the pattern that law enforcement initially observed and call Charlie Adelson? And then, if so, will Charlie Adelson call the defendant or somebody else? And then who will that person call? As suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that Donna Adelson calls is Charlie Adelson. And one would think that the first thing one would think that the first thing Donna Adelson would say is, you know, the craziest thing happened today. Some man approached me on the street, handed me an article about Danny being murdered, and is demanding money from us. But she never says that. She never says Dan Markel's name. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was delivered to her that involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. Donna Adelson says, this TV is probably about $5,000. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Donna Adelson never says which ex-girlfriend. She never says Catherine Magbanua's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked, whose ex-girlfriend? Or Which ex-girlfriend? Who are they talking about? He never asked that. After this phone call with his mother, Charlie Adelson then calls the defendant. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the ex-girlfriend before that. No, he calls this defendant. And his call to Catherine McBanois is the only call he makes to an ex-girlfriend after getting this information from his mother. And he had not dated Catherine McBanois for 1.5 years at this point. He never calls any other ex-girlfriend and never talks to anyone else about the man approaching his mom and trying to blackmail her, except for his family and this defendant, Catherine McBanois. He never calls the police to report that his mother has been extorted, and he never calls Garcia or Rivera. You all will hear the calls between Charlie Adelson and the defendant, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that the two of them are being very careful about what they say. It's apparent that the people involved in this conspiracy are very smart, and they are immediately suspicious that the other could be wearing a wire, or law enforcement could be listening to these conversations. So next, Charlie Adelson and the defendant met in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita. And while they sat at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent sat at a table nearby. And the agent had a camera, a hidden camera, and recorded the conversation. Their conversation can be very difficult to hear at times. Experts have tried to clarify the recording as much as possible and have succeeded in taking out most of the background noise, but the defendant was speaking very softly and her voice is still extremely difficult to hear. However, Charlie Adelson's voice is deeper, it's lower, it's a little louder, and it can be heard. And in the recording, we hear him discussing with her whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer or someone trying to blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it just somebody trying to make a quick buck, or is it somebody who knows information? And you'll hear on the recording that Charlie Adelson reassures the defendant that if it's the police, that's a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence.
I object to speculation at this point.
Overruled.
That means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anyone. In fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. He starts giving her some legal advice. He says, in order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene at the time the crime was committed, which unfortunately for the defendant and Charlie Adelson is not an accurate statement of the law, as you'll see in the jury instructions. It's important to note that, at the time that this conversation is taking place, no arrests had been made at this point of Garcia, Rivera, or of anyone. The only thing that the police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the Prius that was seen fleeing the scene. And it was the Prius that Garcia and Rivera had rented and used the day of Dan Markel's murder. So the only thing police had ever put out there is a photo of the Prius. Police knew at this point that Garcia and Rivera had rented the Prius, but the public didn't know that. The public only had a photo. And you'll hear Charlie Adelson give the defendant several analogies about rental cars being used to commit crimes in this recording. He reassures her that if her DNA is found in a car, all that means is at one point she sat in a car. And that if that car was later used to commit a crime, police can't prove that just from her DNA being in a car. Charlie Adelson says that if a rental car is found that was at the scene of a crime, police also have to prove who was driving it at the time of the crime. And he gives her a very interesting hypothetical of her renting a car in Miami, someone asking to borrow it, driving to Orlando to commit a robbery, and how she would be innocent in that hypothetical because she wasn't in the car at the time of the robbery. So you all will be able to listen to these conversations and decide for yourselves whether Charlie Adelson was trying to reassure the defendant that, even if police are able to identify who rented that Prius that police had put out to the public as a photo of the car fleeing the scene, they still wouldn't have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for the murder. Charlie Adelson continues to reassure the defendant about the lack of evidence. He let her know that, basically as long as they stay quiet, they don't have anything to worry about. And he does that by explaining to her that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit a crime, or a suspect makes a confession, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. And at one point, Charlie Adelson points out that, the money hasn't been used to buy anything flashy that would draw the attention of police. Charlie Adelson does this by asking her, let me ask you a question. When everybody was there the next day, and then he asks her about the money, and then he says, it's not like you're driving around in a Bentley or cruising around in a mega yacht. And you all will hear during the course of this trial why those statements are important, why the question about the money and the next day is particularly important. Because the evidence will show that the defendant traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence the night of the murder. She picked up payment for the murder, the $100,000, and delivered payment to Garcia and Rivera the next day, the day after the murder. When discussing the possibility of whether there is actually a gangster here trying to blackmail his family, Charlie Adelson says, whoever this person is knows information. Charlie Adelson says there are two ways of dealing with this guy. They could call the police. They could do that. But then the guy blackmailing them would be charged with trying to blackmail his family. And the blackmailer would start talking. And he would start calling out the defendant's name. And then police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay him, but let him know that this is a one-time thing and try to scare off the blackmailer by saying, if you come around again, we're going to go to the police. So Charlie Adelson gives the defendant very precise instructions to call the number that the blackmailer gave them with the article of Dan Markel and tell the blackmailer, my friends, meaning the Adelson family, my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't have any idea what you're talking about either. But the name of the person who's incarcerated, that name you said, does sound familiar. So I'm going to give you the money as charity to help the less fortunate. But don't contact these people again or they will go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give the defendant $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer. Charlie is concerned throughout this conversation that this guy is not going to go away, that he's going to keep coming back for more and more money. And Charlie Adelson starts to let the defendant know what Sigfredo Garcia needs to do. Charlie Adelson lets the defendant know that he is willing to pay whatever it takes for this guy to be killed. Charlie Adelson tells her that this guy is, and excuse my language, but I'm going to say what Charlie Adelson said in the recording. This guy is fucking with Sigfredo Garcia's wife, meaning the defendant. He's fucking with him, and you better kill him or he's going to be a big problem. He knows who you are. Charlie Adelson says, if he can't do it, have someone else do it. Charlie Adelson says, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. During this conversation, Charlie Adelson never says Sigfredo Garcia's name. He only refers to him as he and his. But the evidence will show that Charlie Adelson was talking about Sigfredo Garcia here, and that's what he wanted Sigfredo Garcia to do. Because next, Charlie Adelson checks with the defendant to make sure that Garcia has no hard feelings towards him, no reason that he wouldn't do this. He says, I have you on salary. You think he'd be happy about that? He says, our paths never crossed. I wasn't in the picture when you and him were together. Meaning Charlie Adelson didn't think he and Katie's relationship had any overlap with Catherine Magbanua.
Overruled.
With Catherine Magbanua and Garcia's relationship. After hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, you can't hear much of what the defendant says, but you can tell that her tone doesn't change. She doesn't yell, whoa, whoa, what? She doesn't hop up from the table and get up and run out of the...
Overruled.
She doesn't hop up from the table and get up and run out of the restaurant. Instead, the defendant then asked Charlie Adelson, she says, help me out. And Charlie Adelson says, he doesn't have to tell her the things that he'll do for her. He shows her what he does. She doesn't have to ask him for anything. He looks for things to do for her. He helps out when it's somebody's birthday. He helps her with her car problems. She doesn't have to ask. He looks for ways to help her. And throughout Charlie Adelson's conversation with the defendant, Charlie Adelson would catch himself saying something a little incriminating, like at one point he says, why would this guy go to my mom? Why not go to me? That makes me think they only know part of the story. But then immediately says, but of course I had nothing to do with this. I don't know anything about this. Because he was very paranoid that the police could possibly be listening to these conversations, which was a valid concern because they were. What you won't hear in this recording is any explanation by Charlie Adelson to the defendant of why the police would be running an undercover operation on his family, or why someone would be blackmailing his family. Charlie Adelson never has to explain that to the defendant, even though it seems like that would be the first thing that an innocent person would want to know, and that we would hear an explanation for that. After meeting with this defendant, Charlie Adelson calls Donna Adelson to let her know that everything is fine. The defendant then asks Sigfredo Garcia to call the number from the paperwork. And you'll hear a number of calls between the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia, and one in particular where she voices concern because what the blackmailer has said is getting too detailed. You'll have an opportunity, as I said, to hear these calls from this undercover operation. And when you listen to these calls, you'll see how, first of all, how information flows from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson, from Charlie Adelson to the defendant, from the defendant to Sigfredo Garcia. And in these calls, you'll hear the parties talking. And they're going to be using words like TV and false leads, listings, properties, clients, relationship advice, patients, board of dentistry, all these different terms that are normal terms, but they're used in context that if you're listening to the conversation, don't really make sense. And you all are going to determine the facts in this case. And you can decide whether these suspects are actually talking about being blackmailed, or whether they're actually talking about TVs and relationship advice and real estate deals, or whether they're actually talking about being blackmailed or investigated by the police and are talking in this code in case law enforcement may be listening. Throughout these calls, Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, the defendant, they're all hopeful that this guy, this blackmailer, is actually law enforcement just trying to get information. They think that if it's law enforcement, that means that The police don't have enough to bring charges. They're just trying to get information. They're just doing a fishing expedition. Versus the other possibility, which would be much worse for them, that the Adelsons and the defendant are being blackmailed by someone who actually knows information about their roles in the murder of Dan Markel and may tell police what they know. So, after this undercover operation, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested. They're charged with the murder of Dan Markel. Luis Rivera ended up cutting a deal with the state to provide information about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. Rivera told law enforcement that he was hired by Sigfredo Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Sigfredo Garcia told him that this defendant, Catherine May-Benoit, had set up a job for them in Tallahassee, and it was going to pay $100,000, with Rivera's cut being $35,000. Rivera told law enforcement that the job was to kill a guy to help the Adelson family, specifically Wendy Adelson, get her kids back. Rivera explained that he and Garcia, he's telling law enforcement this, he and Garcia actually made 2 trips to Tallahassee with the intent of killing Dan Markel. The first one was a month before the murder, in June of 2014. And the second one was when Dan Markel was ultimately killed, in July of 2014. Rivera said that for the June trip, he bought a gun off the street, Garcia rented the car, and they drove to Tallahassee. They did some scouting on Dan Markel's residence while they were here, but they ultimately could not get the job done that trip, and they ended up going back to Miami. Rivera said he asked Garcia, who knows that I'm with you? Who knows we're up here doing this? And Garcia assured him that only the defendant knows. During the first trip to Tallahassee, Garcia showed Rivera a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill. And Rivera overheard phone calls between Garcia and this defendant during the trip, which included the defendant instructing him what needed to be done and saying things like, make sure you do everything right. Don't do anything stupid, and call me when you're done. After hearing this, law enforcement began to further investigate, and they looked for evidence that could corroborate what Luis Rivera was saying. They checked to see whether these calls took place, whether the meetings took place. Luis Rivera also told them lots of kind of small details about their time in Tallahassee, and law enforcement looked for evidence to corroborate that as well. First, police checked these cell phone records. They saw evidence that corroborated Rivera's information about the June trip. In fact, cell phone locations showed that the defendant helped Sigfredo Garcia rent the car for their June trip to Tallahassee, and showed that the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia were in communication throughout the June trip. On the second and final trip to Tallahassee, which was in July of 2014, Luis Rivera says that the two returned to Tallahassee, this time in that rented Prius. Rivera says that he and Garcia followed Professor Markel to the daycare, waited for him outside the gym, followed him home. Garcia got out, shot Dan Markel, hopped back in the car, and Rivera drove away. And I mentioned earlier that the evidence showed that both men had their phones off around the time, turned them off when they were leaving Premiere, kept them off until after the murder, once they were already southbound back to Miami. And Rivera said that that was the case, and that the first call, though, that either of them made after the homicide was once they turned their phones back on, and it was from Garcia to the defendant. And in that call, Garcia said the job was done. She said, I know. And Garcia asked about the money. And the defendant said, don't worry about the money. I'll get the money. You'll get it tomorrow. Law enforcement checked the cell phone records and locations and saw evidence that, again, corroborated what Rivera was saying. The defendant was in communication with Garcia throughout the July trip to Tallahassee. Sigfredo Garcia did, in fact, turn his phone off the morning of Dan Markel's murder, turned it off again while they were near Gainesville on the way back, and the first call that he made once he turned his phone back on after the murder was to the defendant. Luis Rivera told police that the next day, meaning the day after the murder of Dan Markel, money was delivered to him by Garcia and the defendant, and that the money was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was in stacks of $100 bills that were stapled together. And when police looked at the cell phone evidence, the records showed that the defendant did, in fact, drive from Charlie Adelson's home down to Rivera's home that morning, the day after the murder, which would be consistent with her getting the cash from Charlie Adelson and taking it to Rivera's home. The defendant repeatedly tried to call Sigfredo Garcia that morning to get in touch with him. And she and Luis Rivera actually called each other a few times that morning too, which you'll see was very unusual. And then the calls between all these parties abruptly stopped when their cell phone locations are all consistent with being at Rivera's place, which is where Rivera said they all met that morning and he received the stapled money. During this trial, you'll hear that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his cash in stacks of $100 bills that were stapled together. And when you consider that the defendant delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera the day after Dan Markel's murder, that next day, Charlie Adelson's question to her about the next day when everybody was there in the Dolce Vita recording makes a lot more sense. Please pay close attention to all of the evidence that y'all see and hear during this trial, and you will see that the defendant is the connection, the link, the middleman between the people who came to Tallahassee to commit this murder and the person or people who were willing to pay to have Dan Markel killed. This defendant's decision to what would benefit her in the short term took the life of a brilliant father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of loss for his loved ones. And at the end of this trial, you'll be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. It is not reasonable to believe that she did not commit these crimes, given all of the evidence that you will hear and see in this case. She's guilty of hiring Garcia and Rivera to come to Tallahassee and murder Dan Markel on Charlie Adelson's behalf. She's guilty of conspiring with Charlie Adelson and Garcia to commit this murder, and she's guilty as a principal of the first-degree murder of Dan Markel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dugan. Ms. Kouas?
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to stick with the state presents its case. So we heard from Georgia Kappelman, Catherine's first trial, and now Susan Dugan, Catherine's second trial. There were a few things, definitely a few things. Ones that popped out at me that we heard was Dan lives for 15 hours. We didn't hear that in Catherine's first trial, and then the $100,000, Sigfredo's cut was $30,000. I didn't hear that before. And I'm sure there were some other things, but those were the two that definitely jumped out at me. All right, so now we're going to go to Luis's testimony. So we're going to go back to Catherine's first trial. Now that we have an overview of what the state is presenting, they broke it all down. They gave the timeline. They talked about the Prius. They talked about the divorce, the custody battle, the Adelsons being in Miami, Dan being up in Tallahassee, Luis and Sigfredo traveling. So they talked. They gave a pretty good overview. I think pretty good overview between those two. So now we're going to go straight to the horse's mouth. We're going to go straight to Luis, and he is the bull. I mean, we're going to listen to him for the rest of the day. So he's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 5 hours of testimony. So buckle in, buckle up, buckle in, get yourself comfortable. we're going to go listen to Luis Rivera's testimony where he says a lot. So let me just rewind here, get us sorted out here.
Is that all?
Your Honor, before Mr. Rivera testifies, if I could make just some legal objections that I don't want to have to do in the presence of the jury.
You may.
The first evidence is, I'm sure the court doesn't want to rule before I move on to the second one.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of if the state is aware what they are on, and that's the second.
I ask if yes, who's, please. Have a seat. Have a seat, sir. Let's have a jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
You remain standing. So when I see everybody, just you remain standing. All right, everybody but the witness, have a seat, please. You'd face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir. Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, sir. May proceed, Mr. Kaplan.
Sir, please say your name and spell your name.
Louis Rivera.
Slide forward a little closer to that microphone, please, sir.
Louis Rivera. Liusrivera.
How old are you, Mr. Rivera?
36.
Are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you currently incarcerated?
Right now I'm in the feds.
With the feds?
Federal prison.
Okay. And are you serving a sentence currently for both this case and an unrelated federal case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you plead to in this case that we're here about today?
19 years.
All right, but what charge did you plead to?
Second-degree murder.
All right, 19 years in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're serving that concurrent with your federal sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
How long is the federal sentence?
12 and a half.
All right. And what did you have to do in exchange for your 19-year sentence in this case?
Cooperate.
All right.
I apologize for interrupting, but we're having a hard time hearing Mr. Rivera.
I don't know, there's somebody tamper with the volume. Every time we move this thing, it's a problem, so we need to not move.
And Mr. Rivera, if you could pull up just a little bit closer.
I mean, I've been having a problem with some of the other witnesses.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, say something more.
All right, Mr. Rivera, you said that you had to cooperate in exchange for the testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what does cooperate mean to you?
Say nothing but the truth.
Has anybody told you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Anybody tried to tell you what the truth is?
No, ma'am.
Anybody try to tell you any particular fact you need to include in your testimony in order to get,
Not at all.
okay, in order to get anything,
No, ma'am.
any benefit?
No, ma'am.
Did I ever have any private meetings with you before you decided to cooperate with law enforcement?
Not at all.
Did you have an attorney to represent you through the process where you cooperated and entered a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your lawyers ever tell you what you needed to say to get a deal?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever told that you had to implicate a specific person in order to get cooperation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than what we just discussed, the 19 years concurrent with the federal sentence?
No, ma'am.
Have you been promised anything on your federal case in exchange for your testimony here today?
Not at all.
Were you already serving a sentence on the federal case when law enforcement first came to talk to you about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also have pending violations of probation out of Miami, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have not yet been sentenced on that?
Not at all.
And is that up to a potential 15 additional years in prison?
I believe so.
And also a possession of cocaine with intent to sell, do you have that open as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that another additional 15 years of prison that you could potentially face once you're done with all of this?
Probably.
All right. And have you been promised anything in reference to those other charges out of Miami?
Not at all.
Where were you living back in 2014?
I was in Miami. I was living with Jessica.
All right. And was Jessica at 130 5th Street? 130 5th Street in
Yes,
North
ma'am.
Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That sound right? Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
Childhood, we grew up together.
And when you say that, was it like since you were what age?
Like 5, 6 around there.
Okay, were your families close to each other?
They know each other.
Did you grow up in the same neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Go to the same schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Run with the same crowd?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Mr. Garcia have any nicknames?
Just Tuto.
Tuto? What, have you ever heard the term Tuto Dade?
Tuto Day?
Yeah.
Nah.
What about, let me ask you, like back around the time that this crime occurred, 2014, how often did you hang out with Mr. Garcia during that time frame?
We hang out pretty close every day.
All right. And you mentioned a Jessica. Who's that?
That's my ex-baby mama. Well,
Your
my
ex?
baby mama.
She's the mother of your children?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's who you were living with around the time of this homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Catherine Magbanoa? Do you know her?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
Garcia's wife.
All right. And is he legally married to her?
That I knew, yeah.
You thought he was?
Yeah, I thought he was.
Okay. And do they have children together?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And does she go by any nicknames?
Just Katie.
Katie?
Yeah, we just call her Katie.
All right. And was Catherine Magbanoa somebody around, and I'm referring to the time leading up to this homicide, say 6 months leading up to the homicide. Is that somebody that you would talk to on the phone? Catherine Magbanoa?
Like speak to her?
Yes.
No.
Would you see her socially?
I see her, because I got to see Aunt Garcia.
So when you saw her, would she always be with Garcia? Or did you have a separate relationship with her?
No, she would be with Garcia. I never had no.
Okay. I guess I'm just trying to establish, did you have a friendship with her independent of knowing Garcia, or was she just Garcia's woman to you?
That was Garcia's woman.
Okay. How much time would you say you spent around the two of them socially, them like as a couple?
I mean, I was always around Garcia, but, you know, everybody do their own thing.
Okay. Would you say you saw them socially more than 10 times in your life?
Yeah, of course.
Was the nature of Magbanoa and Garcia's relationship such that they were always together, steady, or did they tend to break up and get back
They
together?
were on and off.
Do you know what their status was of their relationship at the time that Dan Markel was killed?
The only thing I knew that she was dating the dentist. That's about it.
You did not know she was dating the dentist?
No,
Or you
she
did?
was dating.
You
dating
did? Okay, so they were kind of off at that time.
Yeah, they were off.
All right. I'm going to show you some photographs, which I've marked as states 45 and 46. And ask if you recognize them.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize states 45 and 46?
I think we were going out to the club that day.
Are these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are they photographs of? Let's start with 45, this one.
Me, Jessica, Tuto, and Katie.
All right, and are these fair and accurate photographs of the four of you?
Yeah.
Is this a photograph taken when the four of y'all were hanging out socially?
Yep.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 45.
Any objection?
None from the defense. None from Garcia.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Only objection, Judge, is there's no time frame that's been established for that photograph.
You Do you have an idea when these were taken, Mr. Rivera? Do you have any time idea of when these photos were shown?
I can't remember. I can't remember.
Sometime prior to the homicide that we're here about?
Shit. Nah, I don't think so.
You think it could have been after?
Probably after.
Okay.
Huh? Objection?
I'll just rest my objection on that, Your Honor. He says he doesn't know when that picture was taken.
I'll overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 45.
And State's Exhibit 46, what is that a photo of?
Me and Garcia?
All right, and you know when that photo was taken?
Nah, not really.
Okay, is that the two of y'all hanging out together socially?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and are the two of you, I guess if you know, what is your height? What is your height and Mr. Garcia's height?
I'm 5'4". He's like 6'1".
You're 5'4" and he's 6'1"?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that demonstrated in that photo?
Yeah,
Is that fair and accurate depiction of the difference in y'all's height?
of course. He just leaning down a little bit with him. He's tall.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce into evidence State's 46.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, he indicated he wasn't sure when that photograph was taken. He also indicated
You have a legal objection. State your legal objection, please.
he can't authenticate it.
All right, I'll overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 46. You may.
All right, Mr. Rivera, who's this in the far left?
Garcia?
This person?
Katie?
Catherine Mandela?
Yes, ma'am.
What old this person?
Jessica?
Jessica Rivera?
No, Rodriguez?
Oh, Rodriguez, I'm sorry. That's your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
This person?
Me?
State's Exhibit 46, who's that?
That's me and Garcia.
Was there a time when Mr. Garcia approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
2014.
Okay, do you know how long before the homicide it was that Mr. Garcia first approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
A few months.
All right, and what did Mr. Garcia say when he approached you about coming to Tallahassee?
He just said, I got a job. He gave me a job I got to go do.
He said he had a job,
Yes, ma'am.
and the job was in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he ask you to come with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask any questions about what the nature of the job was, why you needed to go all the way to Tallahassee, or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Just as my best friend, and I trust him.
So you were automatically in to do whatever it was he wanted you to do?
Whatever you want to do over the road.
All right, was money discussed as far as how you'd be compensated for this job?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
He was going to give me some money. He said, take a ride with me over to Tallahassee and I'll give you some money.
Did he say how much?
At that moment, yeah, he did. 35.
All right, 35 what?
35,000.
You were going to get $35,000 for this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you have another conversation in the car on the way to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
How many trips did you make to Tallahassee?
Like twice.
All right, and were both trips with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anybody else in the car on either of those trips?
Not at all.
All right, tell us about the conversation on the way to Tallahassee. Was this the first trip or the second trip?
This, the first trip.
All right, tell us about that.
We were just taking a ride up there. My concern, I thought we were gonna go rob him. So,
Say that again?
and my concern, I thought we were gonna go rob him.
You thought you were coming to Tallahassee to do a robbery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assume that, or did somebody tell you that?
No, I assumed, I'm like, it was his job.
All right. So you knew it was a job in Tallahassee, and you assumed it was a robbery. Did you learn something additional about what it was on the way to Tallahassee?
Yeah, and the way coming up, like halfway there, he said we're gonna have to, kill the man. For some
Said you were
kids.
gonna have to kill the man?
Yeah,
And what was the second part of what you said?
for some kids.
For some kids. All right, anything else? What did that mean to you, kill the man for some kids?
That's for a lady. I guess the lady wanted her kids back.
All right, so is this Garcia telling you this?
Yeah.
Did he have any information about who it was you were coming to Tallahassee to kill?
If you had information for who we coming to kill,
Yeah.
yeah.
What information did he have?
He had a piece of paper.
And where was the piece of paper?
He had it in his hand at that moment.
Okay. Did you see the piece of paper? Did you see what was on it?
Yes, ma'am.
What was on it?
A picture of the guy what's the name?
Dan Markel,
Dan Markel.
the guy that y'all ended up killing.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the leading judge.
Overruled.
Is that the person whose picture was on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was there anything else on the paper other than a picture of Mr. Markel?
I think it was the address in it too.
Okay. And who was doing the driving on this first trip?
He was.
Okay. And during the time that he showed you this paper, was he behind the wheel of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know where the paper was stored inside the car?
It was on the side of where you drive out by the door.
Okay. Who was responsible for getting the car to go on the first trip?
He did.
Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, he brought the car.
All right. So you didn't, or did you accompany him to rent the car for the first trip?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what your phone number was at the time of this homicide?
I think it was like either 786. I think it was like 290. Can't
No,
remember.
your phone number.
My phone number?
Yeah.
Shit. And I had two phones.
If I say the phone number, would you be able to say that was correct or not?
Let me hear it, please.
305-570-8153.
Yeah.
That was one of your phone
That was
numbers?
one of my phone numbers.
And then I also have a 305-934-6615. Was that a phone number that belonged to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there one number in particular of those two that you took to Tallahassee?
I don't remember which one I took.
Did you definitely take one of them to Tallahassee?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to ask you about the first trip. Do you know the date that you came to Tallahassee on the first trip?
The date. I can't remember, but no, I can't remember.
Okay. Does June 4th through June 5th sound correct?
Yeah, it was around June. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And that's of the year 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you know, are you familiar with a ticket, a traffic ticket that y'all got in the area of Gainesville on that first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 81. You recognize State's 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the traffic ticket that y'all received on this first trip to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and this was in the car that was rented by Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who got the ticket?
I got the ticket.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce some evidence of 81.
Any objection?
No, not at all, Judge, not from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
What was the ticket for?
Speeding.
Okay, and so you were doing the driving, at least in the Gainesville area, is that right?
Yeah, we had switched for a minute, and he told me to drive.
All right. Do you know what time of day you arrived in Tallahassee on that first trip on June 4th?
In the morning, like around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning around there.
Okay. And would it refresh your memory to look at when this traffic ticket was received?
Let me see.
I'm going to draw your attention to the top right corner of this traffic ticket. Indicates that you received a ticket at 9:12 a.m. in Gainesville, Florida. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
It does? When you came to Tallahassee that first time, did you have any guns with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what guns were in the car with you on that first trip?
We had 2 guns. 2 38s.
2 38s?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did those guns come from?
One was his, one was mine.
One was whose?
Garcia's.
All right, and was that a gun that he acquired just for this trip or something he'd already had?
He already had it.
All right, what about the gun that was yours?
I bought it
Where did you buy it?
in the corner.
On the corner, so it was an illegal gun purchase?
Yes,
or-
ma'am.
And was which one of these guns, if either of them, ended up being the murder weapon in this case?
The one that I brought.
The one that you purchased on the corner?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was before the first trip to Tallahassee?
That was the first trip.
All right, so what was the purpose of the first trip?
We came to scope them out.
Okay, were you intending to commit the murder on the first trip?
It was supposed to, but we couldn't find them.
All right, so when y'all came to do the first trip, was any money exchanged?
Nah, he had money.
Who did?
Garcia.
How much money did he have?
He probably had, I think, from $2,000 to $5,000.
Between 2 and 5 grand?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you know where he got the money from?
The money he got it from the people that hired him.
All right, and who is that? Did he tell you?
Nah, he didn't tell me that.
Okay. Did he give you any money on this first trip?
Excuse me?
Did he give you any money for this first
He gave me a
trip?
couple of $100.
Okay. How many nights did you stay in Tallahassee on that first trip? If you remember.
I said like 2 nights.
All
2
right.
to 3 nights.
Where did y'all stay?
In a hotel.
Okay. And did you interact with a man by the name of Shadrach Nobles in the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came here to do the murder, but you couldn't find him. What did you mean by that?
We have followed him and we
Followed
lost
who?
Markel.
All right. Where'd you follow him to?
Followed him all the way to a daycare where we kept losing him.
Okay. Where did you follow him? When you say you followed him to the daycare, where did you start following him?
Like, we had stopped by a park and we watched him come out of his house.
So you knew where his house was located.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know where Mr. Markel's house was?
Garcia pointed his house to me.
Okay. Was that something that was written on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said you pulled into a park and waited for him. Where was the park?
I was in the corner by a light.
I'll show you what I marked as 647. You recognize States 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate aerial map depicting where you parked that day waiting for Mr. Markel to follow him or scope him out?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 47.
Any objection?
1 second, Judge. No objection from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
Mr. Rivera, does this yellow dot here indicate where you and Mr. Garcia waited?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and had you already seen Mr. Markel's home before you parked here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when he pulled out, did he pull out down this road right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you're talking about the light, are you talking about this intersection?
Yes.
All right, tell me where you followed him. If he came down this way, where did y'all go?
Pulled right behind him and he went straight.
Straight down through this light?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that when you followed him to the area of the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when you say you lost him, where and how did you lose him?
He had pulled up into the daycare and by the time we made a circle, I guess he had pulled down and left. So we kept losing him.
All right, and when you talk about following Mr. Markel to the daycare on this first trip, who was driving when you all followed him to the daycare?
Garcia.
All right. Did y'all, you mentioned going by Mr. Markel's residence. Can you tell the jury exactly what kind of scoping out y'all did of Mr. Markel's residence on this trip?
Just driving through to see if we see his car, to see if there was somebody in the house, but we never got to see his car.
Did you ever pull around behind the house or go anywhere besides other than driving right in front?
Yeah, we went around the house.
Okay. Did you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
He got off, went behind the house, tried to see if somebody was in the house.
Who was supposed to be the shooter on this first trip?
I was gonna be the shooter.
Did you make a suggestion to change the plan from shooting to something else?
Yeah, I found out for the kids. I ain't gonna shoot nobody in front of no kids.
All right. When you saw Mr. Markel on the first trip, did he have his kids with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't the murder get done on the first trip? Is it because...
We lost him.
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Markel on the first trip where he was, I guess, separated from his children?
Excuse me?
Did you ever see him where he was in his car or in his home and the kids were not around that first trip?
Nah, he always had his kids.
Did y'all discuss plans to, I guess y'all went back to Miami, correct? After
Yes,
the
ma'am.
failed first trip. And was there any plans discussed about when to come back?
No, ma'am.
All right, what about between the two trips? Was there a conversation about the homicide or coming back to Tallahassee?
Excuse me, what two trips? The two trips?
Between the two trips, did y'all talk about when you're gonna come back, or
No, when we left that first night, we left. We didn't talk about it.
you did or did not?
Did not.
Okay. How did it come about that y'all came back?
He ended up calling me, he said, you gotta do the job. We gotta finish that job.
Okay. And did y'all return to Tallahassee on July 16th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you get to Tallahassee that time?
We rented a car.
Who rented the car?
I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as States 82. Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the rental agreement where you rented this car?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a green Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And whose phone number is this up here listed as brother? Do you know?
Can't remember.
I'll give it to you. 786-372-5986.
I can't remember.
Who went with you to rent the Prius, if anyone?
Well, it was me and Garcia. He waited for me in the corner. I went in, gave him $300. I rented a car.
Okay. Did you refer to Mr. Garcia as your brother?
Always.
Who drove to Tallahassee in the green Prius?
I did.
Where did y'all stay in Tallahassee on the second trip?
Same hotel.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 83. Recognize States 83?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is that the receipt from, and I think this one is, it shows an arrival date of July 16th. Is that your information?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of what you filled out to register in the hotel here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 83, which is accompanied by a certification or declaration of authenticity by the folks at the Budget Inn.
Budget in.
Yes, sir.
Is there objection?
Just to confirm, this is on the July 16th, 2014, that's this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay, no objection from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
So you arrived on July 16th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This is your name, address, so forth?
Yes, ma'am.
What about this phone number? There's another phone number on here. You know who that belongs to? Is that a real phone number?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's not a real phone number at all.
I want to talk about Thursday, July 17th. So you came, you spent the night at the Budget Inn, you woke up on Thursday, July 17th. What happened that day?
Woke up, took a ride to Markel's house that Thursday morning, and went around the house. So we went around the house, we came back around, and we seen a lady walking through.
Where was the lady?
She was towards my right-hand side, towards his house. Markel's
Towards
house.
whose house? Towards Markel's house?
Mhm.
Okay, was she in the street, on the sidewalk, or something
Sidewalk.
else? Okay. Did she have children with her?
Yes, ma'am, too.
All right, what happened when you saw this lady? Did she see you?
Yeah, she looked dead at the car. I was driving, and as I looked in my rear mirror, I seen her looking.
Mm-hmm.
So
What
I
happened next?
asked Garcia, what's up with this lady? Was she looking at the car? Yeah, that's that lady with the kids, man.
So you asked Garcia, hey, who's this lady that's looking at the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said that's the lady with the kids.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
what did you take that to mean?
That's the lady that wanted the kids.
The lady that wanted you to do this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you worried about seeing her there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you worried about her seeing you there?
Of course.
Were you concerned? Did you ever ask Garcia, who knows that I'm involved in this job with you?
I can't remember.
Can't remember that?
No.
Okay. What did you do once you see this lady and Garcia tells you that's the lady that wants this job done?
We drove off. We left.
Okay. Did Garcia make a phone call about seeing the lady?
Well, I'm looking to the rear mirror, and I seen her making a phone call. I seen
Okay.
her get on the phone.
The lady that you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then y'all drove off?
We drove off.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, after seeing that and driving off, did he make any phone calls?
After we done bent like the corner, he got on the phone.
All right. And who did he get on the phone with?
I believe he got on the phone with Katie.
How do you know it was Katie he got on the phone with?
Because she, like, the way he was talking, it's only her. He only talks to her.
All right. And what do you mean the way he was talking? How are you able to tell?
Like, when he spoke to her, she like, y'all get out of there. The lady just seen y'all.
All right. And so y'all were worried about this lady having seen you?
Oh, I was worried.
You were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able, you said that you believed Garcia called Katie. Could you actually hear her, or you could only hear his end of the conversation?
I'm hearing his end of the conversation right
All
now.
right. And tell us about his end of the conversation. What did you hear?
He like, we just gotta go. Like, let's get out of here.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Mr. Markel planning to leave town?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We had to get the job done because he was supposed to leave that Friday morning.
How did you know that?
Garcia told him.
And how did he know that?
Katie told him.
And when Katie told him that, was that something that happened while you were present, or something that he already knew before y'all arrived there?
No, I was present. I was in the car.
Okay. Did you post a picture on Instagram while y'all were in Tallahassee on that second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury about that?
There's a picture of an owl.
An owl, like the bird?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that a photograph that you took here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What happened after you posted this picture of an owl on Instagram?
Garcia came and told me, hey, you need to take that shit down. Just like that.
Garcia told you that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who told him that?
I believe Katie.
You believe Katie or
No,
you know Katie?
It's Katie. It's her.
Okay, so did Garcia get a phone call about the Instagram photo that you posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present when he received that phone call?
I was outside. He came outside and told me.
He came outside and told you to take it down?
Yeah.
All right. And did you all have contact with that same gentleman that y'all saw the first trip, Shodrick Nobles? Did y'all see him on the second trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Could you tell the jury about the circumstances of coming into contact with Mr. Nobles on the second trip?
Buying drugs.
All right. And was there an issue with your car as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury about the issue with the car?
There was an issue in the car. I was driving, and Garcia pulled a gun out and shot a hole right through the car.
All right. What gun did he shoot the car with?
Oh, the homicide one. The 38.
The murder weapon.
The murder weapon.
The gun that you bought on the street corner.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I assume that was an accidental shooting of the car?
Yeah, it was an accident.
Where did this occur? Were y'all in the parking lot or somewhere else?
And I was driving.
All right. Did it disable the vehicle?
Of course.
All right. So what did y'all do as a result of the vehicle being disabled? And this is the green Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us what y'all did.
Well, the car had stopped because he hit the gas line. So pushed it right to the side of the road, so like a little parking lot. He left with Cedric to the AutoZone and got a little piece of hose to come fix it up. It only took him like about 10 minutes to fix it.
So Garcia got a ride with Mr. Nobles?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who fixed the car?
Garcia.
All right. Was he able to do that with whatever he bought at the auto parts store?
Of course.
And then it ran again after that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Nobles assist y'all with getting a hotel room that second night in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, I want to talk about what happened on July 18th, 2014. Who was driving the green Prius that day?
I was.
Where did y'all go when you left the hotel?
To Markel's house.
All right, and was Mr. Markel, was his vehicle there?
That's that Friday.
Yes, sir.
His vehicle, we had pulled, but we passed by. We didn't see it, so we went to the corner, the same spot of that park. We posted up and waited for him to come around. So once I seen him, we followed him
Where did you follow him?
all the way to the daycare.
All right. And did you see him drop his children off at the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you continue to follow him?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you follow him from the daycare?
To the gym.
All right. And are you still driving at this
I'm
point?
still driving.
And Mr. Garcia is the passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you continue to use your cell phones once you got into the area of Premier Gym?
No, I think the cell phone was off. I can't remember.
Okay. You don't remember whether you turned your phone off or not?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was on or off.
Okay. Have you seen the Premier Gym video?
I seen the gym.
And you saw the images of that green Prius circling around while Mr. Markel was working out in the gym?
Yeah.
And was that you in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once Mr. Markel came out of the gym?
We followed him all the way back to his house.
And have you seen the images that were on the bus cameras?
If I seen the images,
Yeah, the video from the bus cameras.
yeah, I seen them.
All right. And is that y'all both before and right after the murder of Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. On the way to the murder, I see only your car, the Prius, turning onto Benton Road. I do not see Mr. Markel's. Why is that?
We went the other. He went one way and we went the other way.
And what do you mean by that? He turned before you or after you?
He turned before me.
Okay. So he turned to get to his house another way and you turned on Benton.
Yes, the corner of his house.
Okay. That corner right there by the park?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so when you were approaching Mr. Markel's residence, was he coming from the other direction?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once the two of y'all were headed toward each other?
He pulled in and I pulled right behind him.
How close did you get up behind him?
real close.
All right. And what was Mr. Markel doing when you pulled up behind him?
He was on the phone.
All right, still seated in the driver's seat of his vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened once you pulled into his driveway?
As soon as I pulled in, Garcia jumped out the car and went around. Not around, but in front of the car. Right behind his car and in front of the car I was driving. Went to the driver's side and shot him.
He shot Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Twice.
Did you actually see Mr. Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Of course.
Were the shots close together?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe Mr. Garcia's shooting position? Like how he was holding the gun?
One hand.
All right, was it raised up or was it like a normal arm, pretty straight shooting position?
Raised up pretty straight.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, did you observe him touch anything did he have to go inside the garage to kill Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see him touch anything inside the garage?
No, ma'am.
All right, and when he shot Mr. Markel, can you tell the jury anything about how close the gun was to Mr. Markel?
Pretty close.
Okay, would you say inches, feet?
Just inches away.
All right. Did you see Mr. Garcia go inside the house at all?
Not at all.
Did he take anything from Mr.
No.
Markel other than his life?
No, ma'am.
What did y'all do once Mr. Garcia shot Mr. Markel?
Got in the car and left.
And who was driving?
Me.
All right, which way did y'all go?
The same way we came in.
All right, up Thomasville Road?
They by the corner of the park.
Okay, so you turned at the corner by the park,
Yeah.
and then did you turn at the light?
Yes. Made a right and just left.
All right, did y'all get on the interstate and head back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the person in the courtroom who shot Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point that person out and describe what he's wearing?
Garcia is wearing tux.
A tux?
Yeah.
What color is the shirt?
Blue.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant Garcia. On the bus video that we talked about a little earlier, in the moments after the homicide, there's some like animated movement that's seen in the passenger side of the Prius. Can you tell us what that was? What was happening at that time?
Oh, he's just trying to hide the gun.
Who was?
Garcia.
Where was he trying to hide the gun?
Right in front of the passenger side.
Okay. And what was Mr. Garcia's demeanor like? What was he acting like when he got back in the car after killing Mr. Markel?
He was nervous.
What happened to the murder weapon in this case?
We dumped it
Where did y'all dump it?
in the lake.
All right, what lake?
On the bridge. In no telling. On one of the bridges.
All right, was it on the way between
On the way-
Tallahassee and Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to say exactly which bridge it was?
I can't remember.
But the gun was thrown into a body of water?
Yes, ma'am.
And who threw the gun into the body of water?
Garcia.
Did you ride around with law enforcement much later looking for this location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have you seen the ATM images in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 42. You seen this before?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
That's me.
Who's that?
Garcia.
What car is this?
The Prius.
That's the day of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing at the ATM?
I was just getting money out.
Why did you need to get money out if you got a couple $100 already for the murder?
We had ran out.
Y'all had run out of money by then?
Yeah.
Do you know which one of you had the first phone call once the murder occurred, you or Mr. Garcia?
Garcia.
And do you know when that phone call was made or where y'all were when the phone call was made?
We was driving back to Miami.
All right. And who was the first phone call? Did he receive a phone call or he made a phone call?
I can't remember right there.
And who was the first phone call with?
Katie.
All right, so Garcia either called Katie or got a call from Katie, and that was the first call that either of y'all made after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and how do you know that that call was to Katie?
Because when he was speaking, he like, hey, the shit is done. She goes, I already know it's done.
All right, and when she said, I already know it's done, was that something that you heard or that Garcia told you?
I heard,
How were you able to hear it?
because I'm in the car with him. The windows
Alright.
are up, and she's on the phone.
So her voice was loud enough through the receiver that you were
Yes,
able to
ma'am.
hear her. And could you identify her voice as being hers and not somebody else's?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so tell us again what exactly was said.
He said, we already finished. He goes, I already know it's done.
All right, and then what?
And then we asked for the money, like, where the money at? So you'll get it tomorrow.
Who said you'll get it tomorrow?
Katie.
Who was responsible for getting the money?
I believe Katie.
All right, and you said, why do you say you believe Katie? Was it Katie or not?
Yes, it was Katie.
All right, and did you know where she was going to get the money from?
If I knew, not really, but we know the lady, Wendy, was paying it.
All right, so you knew that the job was being done so that Wendy could get her kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go with Katie to get the money?
No, ma'am.
All right, and when Katie said you'll get the money, what exactly did she say? I'm not sure you've said
They'll
that
get the
yet.
money tomorrow.
You'll get the money tomorrow, and was that okay with you?
Not really. I mean, now the job is done. We should get the money today.
All right, did y'all go back and forth about that a little bit?
Not at all.
All right, so she's gonna get the money and you were gonna get it tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get the money the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
That's gonna be Saturday, the 19th,
Yes, ma'am.
July 19th, 2014.
Yes.
Your financial records indicate that you went to Big Daddy's the night of the murder. Is that a place in Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of place is that?
Big Daddy, you got a bar and then you got a Flanagan's right next to it.
Okay. Is Flanagan's also a bar or is that something else?
It's together.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bar. It's a sport bar.
Is that a place that you hung out regularly?
Not really.
Okay. But you went there that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Garcia? Did he go there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all spend some money that night?
Yes.
Were y'all celebrating?
You can't call it celebrating, but yeah, we spent some money.
All right, but you hadn't been paid yet.
No, not at all.
Okay, but you were anticipating getting some money the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how much Mr. Garcia was getting paid for his role in this murder?
40 grand.
40 grand, and that's what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know how much Katie was getting for her role in this murder?
The rest.
The rest of what?
The money.
How much money was it total?
100 grand.
100 grand?
Yes, ma'am.
That's how much the job was?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you learn that?
I asked Garcia, he's giving me 35 and he's getting 40. I said, how much is in total? He said 100. Katie get the rest.
All right. So you said that you got paid the next day. Tell us about that.
I was in a barbershop the next morning. I get a phone call from Katie. Hey, where's Tuto? Where's Tuto?
And Tuto is Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Katie, you talked to Katie on the phone that day.
Yes, I did.
And that was pretty unusual because y'all don't usually talk on the phone, right?
Yes, ma'am. We don't.
All right, and she says, where's Tuto? Did you know where Tuto was?
Objection leading.
Yes.
Overruled.
And where was Tuto?
And Shrimp's house.
And who's Shrimp?
Oh, his girlfriend?
Okay, so that's a woman that he was seeing around that time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what did she say? Did she say anything about the money?
Yeah, she said he was going to come get this money. I said, he is. You go get it.
All right, so she wanted to know who was going to come get the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to locate Mr. Garcia?
Of course.
And did y'all go get the money?
I didn't go get it. He went and get it.
You didn't get your money?
I was in a barbershop still. They brought the money to my house.
Okay, and did you go to your house to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was present when you went to your house and got your money?
Garcia and Katie.
All right, and is that the house that we talked about earlier that you lived at with Jessica?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you leave the barber shop, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And go to your house?
Yes.
Who gave you the money?
Garcia.
All right, and Catherine Magbana was present as well?
She was there.
All right, and tell us about the money. How was it packaged?
It was in a brown bag.
Okay. Like a brown paper bag or a plastic?
A brown paper bag.
All right, and what about inside the brown paper bag?
It was like a little clear plastic, a plastic bag inside of it as well.
All right, and what was inside the clear plastic bag?
Money, all hundreds.
All hundreds?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you count the money?
No,
How do you know how much was there?
because I trust them.
All right, so you were told it was 35,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And did it seem like about that much to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was all hundreds. Were they separated at all into stacks?
They were stapled,
Stapled.
$1,000 staple each one of them.
So stacks of hundreds stapled together with like a stapler?
Yeah, with a staple, not all of them together, but $1,000 each was stapled.
Okay. So you had a bunch of stacks of $100 bills that were stapled into stacks of 1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is Anthony Ortiz?
That's one of my friends.
All right. Is that a person that would know how to find you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanoa know Anthony Ortiz?
Yeah,
And do you know his number, or if I say his number, would you be able to say yes or no that that's his number?
yeah.
305-762-0648.
That's his number.
Did you get any additional money for this murder other than the money that you got in that brown paper bag?
Yeah, he gave me an extra $2,000.
Who did?
Garcia,
When was that?
in the car.
You say in the car, was that the same day that you got the 35 grand?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of any purchases that Mr. Garcia made with his portion of the money from this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what purchases were those?
We just bought some toys,
Like what?
like cars, motorcycles.
What about you? Did you buy any toys?
Yeah, I bought a motorcycle.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibits 48 and 49. Let's start with 48. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
Let's go see his motorcycle and the Monte Carlo is his.
All right. Is this a fair and accurate photo of the toys that he bought with the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 48.
Any objection?
Judge, if I may.
You might.
Judge, I'm going to object as to authentication. Mr.
I'll overrule that objection.
No objection.
You may.
Mr. Rivera, there's a couple motorcycles in this photo. Did Mr. Garcia purchase both of those with the money?
Nah, just one,
Which one?
the yellow one. Yellow and black one.
This one in the front?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what about this vehicle back here? Did you purchase that with money from the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 49, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that show?
Me and Garcia on the motorcycles.
All right, are those the motorcycles y'all bought with the money from killing Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's 49.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted. 49 will be admitted.
Do you know what Catherine Magbanoa did with her cut of the money?
Not really.
Did you dump your phone, the phone that you took to Tallahassee? Did you dump that phone after the murder?
Nah, I think I just changed the number.
Change the number? And did you change the number because it might have been associated with a homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to the Prius?
Well, we turned it back. The
Who
Prius-
turned it back in?
I turned it back in.
Was it turned in on time?
No.
Tell us about that.
Well, Garcia used it at night. We went out. He took the Prius, parked it somewhere around the house. He said he lost it. He said he didn't know where he put it at. So I had to go over there and look for it. Found it like a block and a half away from where he lived at in Miami
Alright.
Beach.
Miami Beach?
Yeah,
And so the Prius was a few days late, right?
yeah.
Are you familiar with a wire intercept, a T3 wire intercept that was done in reference to this case?
Not really.
Have you had an opportunity to review some recorded calls that were captured on a disc?
I heard it from one of my own girls.
Say that again?
I heard it before.
Okay, did you remember coming and listening with Investigator Newland to some phone calls and initialing whether or not you knew who the voices were on those calls?
Detective who? Newman?
Newland, Investigator Jason Newland? Did you meet with him?
Yeah, I met with him.
Okay, and did he play some phone calls for you? And the gist of that was asking you, can you recognize the voices on
Yes.
these calls? You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 138. One moment, please, Your Honor.
All right, jury needs to take a break. We'll take 10 minutes. Either side did anything.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, 10 minutes?
Thank you.
All right, so they are taking a break, and we can pull up the next video. So Sigfredo's on the stand for quite a while, so we still have a long way to go. So let me see here. Let me get to his next testimony. Yeah, his next testimony is another hour, and then they've got cross. Actually, they have two cross because this was a dual trial. So both Sigfredo and Catherine are on the stand right now. Here, hold on a sec. Sorry, that's Luis on the stand. Let me just get my head on straight for a second. Luis Rivera is on the stand right now. This is a dual trial. Catherine Magbanawa and Sigfredo Garcia are being tried at the same time. This is Catherine's first trial. Sigfredo is ultimately found guilty. Catherine is hung jury. Then they try her again. All right, so let's continue on with his testimony.
Let everybody be seated.
What do you guys think so far? Hey, Missy Russell, good to see you. Shirley Roth, yeah, not too smart there. Maybe Megan, maybe not. Just woke up. So much to do. Good to see you as well. Sammy, what do y'all think he lied about? He may. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. All I know is the forensics put him in Tallahassee with Sigfredo. Pretty obvious. I mean, why would they come from Miami to Tallahassee to do what? To drive around. They were stalking Dan. The neighbor sees the Prius. I don't know. Pretty obvious. He posts a picture on Instagram, that he's in Tallahassee. I mean, and then he lies. That doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense at all. I mean, he was there. He was there. There's no doubt about that. He and Sigfredo were there. So, all right, let's continue on.
Rivera, when we broke, I was asking you whether you recalled having a meeting where you listened to some phone calls, the recorded phone calls from this case, to identify the voices. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach with what I've marked as states 179. Do you recognize this sheet?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your initial here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what about these check marks? What do these check marks indicate?
The voices.
All right, so on each of these letter phone calls, were you able to authenticate the voices that are highlighted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for example, on call D, you were asked to listen to see if that's...
She doesn't move this into evidence yet, and she's
Overruled.
talking about the document.
Overruled.
So, for example, on call D, you were asked to identify the voice of... There's two voices on there, and you were asked to identify the one that's highlighted, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the check mark indicate that you were able to identify the
Yes, ma'am.
highlighted voice? Okay. And on these calls, such as call K, there are two names highlighted there, Katie and Garcia. Does the check mark indicate you were able to authenticate both of those voices?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the ones that have check marks by Katie, is that referencing Catherine Magbanua?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that was her voice on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
And the ones that have Garcia, that's referencing Sigfredo Garcia's voice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and all the check marks indicate that you have authenticated those voices on those particular calls?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to enter these states 179.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor. First, I've never been shown what Ms. Capelman is referring to, and if you want to go sidebar, I'll lay my other objections. Improper foundation.
Look, we'll go sidebar.
Mr. Rivera, I don't think I asked you, what is your nickname if you have one?
Tato.
Tato?
Yeah.
All right. And I want to take you back for a moment to the first trip to Tallahassee. Did Mr. Garcia engage in any phone calls with Ms. Magbanua during that first trip to Tallahassee?
Can't remember.
Do you remember giving a proffer in this case on October 4th, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember giving some statements about Garcia having a lot of phone contact with Ms. Magbanua on that first trip?
This is improper.
Sustained.
I'm going to approach and show you the transcript of that offer. Ask you to read the question and answer. Are you able to read very well,
No,
Mr.
can't
Rivera?
read, can't write.
All right. Judge, I'll ask for some guidance on that.
I don't
Sorry,
give
I don't-
guidance. I don't give guidance, Ms. Kaplan.
Okay, well, the question is, right, how do you know that?
I'm going to object to this being happening improperly.
Sustained.
All right,
Move on, Ms. Kaplan.
yes, sir. Do you have any recollection of any conversation, overhearing any conversation in which Ms. Magbanua was concerned about you and Mr. Garcia doing something stupid or messing it up?
Can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember any conversation that you were privy to where Mr. Garcia was telling Ms. Magbanua to make sure those people have the money?
Yeah.
When was that?
That was Friday after the murder happened.
Okay. Were there other conversations that happened on the first trip where the money was discussed?
No.
You don't remember Mr. Garcia telling Ms. Magbanua that they better have the money?
No, I don't remember.
Slide forward a little bit more. I think you've kind of backed up a little bit.
I'm way in the mic.
Do you remember any conversation where Ms. Magbanua was indicating to Mr. Garcia where you could hear her saying, make sure you get everything done right. When you are done, call me?
Yes.
When was that?
That was the second trip. We was finna murder the guy.
Okay. And were you a member of this conspiracy to accomplish the murder of Mr. Markel?
Not at all.
You didn't have anything to do with it?
I mean, and yeah, he told me about it to go, but if you're saying if I got hired, no.
Well, you got paid, didn't you?
Yeah, from Garcia.
All right, so Garcia hired you to do a murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And who hired him?
The Addison family.
I'm sorry?
The Wendy family.
Wendy's family hired him?
Yeah.
Okay, and how was Wendy's family connected to Sigfredo Garcia?
Because Katie was dating the dentist.
Okay, did Katie know about the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Katie have a role in hiring Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
Because he told me.
And Katie got paid?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection is for leading.
Sustained.
Do you know which member of the Adelson family? Do you know? Did you have any contact with any
No,
member
ma'am.
of the Adelson family? Did any member of the Adelson family ever pay you any money?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever have any phone calls with any member of the Adelson
No,
family?
ma'am.
Text messages?
Nope.
Meetings?
Nope.
Any other type of communication?
Not at all.
Do you see the person in the courtroom that you say hired Sigfredo Garcia to do this homicide?
The only one I see is Katie.
All right, would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's wearing gray and black.
Let the record reflect the witness has
Ms. Captain,
identified.
Would you put your hand down, please, Ms. Captain?
Witness
It
has
makes it hard to hear
identified.
you.
Sir?
Makes it hard to hear you when you've got your hand up around
Yes,
your
sir.
mouth.
The witness has identified defendant Magbanua. No further questions.
Cross.
Give me a second to set up, Your Honor.
Certainly.
If I may proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Rivera.
Good afternoon.
Do you have any aliases other than your full legal name as Luis Rivera?
Yeah, Tato.
What about King Tato?
Yeah, King Tato.
And where is the nickname King Tato derived from?
King is from Latin king. And Tato is my nickname since I was a baby.
You're a Latin King legacy, right?
Yeah.
And I say that because you were born into being a Latin King, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by being born into this organization, that means that you had family members that were part of the organization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, relevance.
If I can explain. If I can explain, sidebar, Judge, it goes material. If I may
Proceed.
continue, Your Honor. And Mr. Rivera, what was your title with the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings when you got arrested in this case?
This case right here,
Or the federal case?
I was a leader.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's 5 designations of leaders in the Latin King organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's certain crowns, correct? There's like a 5th crown, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that called the secretary?
Yes, sir.
There's a 4th crown, which is called the treasurer.
Yes, sir.
There's a 3rd crown, which is called the enforcer.
Yes, sir.
There's a 2nd crown that's called, I can't pronounce it, it's CACIQU.
Sacique.
Okay. And then there's the Inca or the Primera, the 1st crown, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were.
Yes, sir.
The 1st crown of the North Miami tribe of the Latin Kings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to being a local organization, well, it's not just a local organization, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's Latin Kings throughout the state of Florida, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the state of Florida, I believe there's 39 states in the United States where the Latin Kings have a presence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time of this incident in 2014, how old were you, sir?
I'm like 32.
32. And you had been the Inca or the 1st crown of the North Miami tribe since you were about 15 or 16. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many members of the North Miami tribe were there in 2014?
I mean, that's a question for real.
I'm sorry, sir?
That's a serious question.
I'm asking it.
That can be a lot, no doubt.
How many, if you remember, as the leader of this North Miami tribe, how many members of the Latin Kings were part of the North Miami tribe in 2014?
Probably had like 100.
100.
Probably.
Does that include all of Miami, or is that just North Miami?
That's just North Miami.
So, including Miami, that number goes up. Is that correct?
Of course.
And as we move exponentially north and west and a little bit south, the numbers increase, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that there is a Latin King presence in Key West?
Yeah.
Broward County,
Yes.
Tampa.
Everywhere.
Okay. Everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm going to ask some specifics, and I apologize for cutting you off, but I just need to make sure I get my questions out. So St. Petersburg, yes?
Yes.
Because that's part of everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
Naples, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jacksonville?
Yes.
What about here in Tallahassee?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
I don't
Isn't
know.
Tallahassee part of everywhere?
Yeah, but I don't associate people in Tallahassee. Never been in Tallahassee in my life.
So just so I'm clear, when I asked you if there's
That
Latin
usually
King,
means you're gonna repeat a question. Let's not repeat, Mr. Sanguinet.
so out of all the places in Florida that have Latin Kings, the only place that you're not aware if they have Latin Kings is here in Tallahassee. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, I mean, they got them, but I don't know nobody from Tallahassee.
So now you're saying that they have them, but you don't
They
know
got
them
them.
personally, correct?
They got them, but I don't know nobody in Tallahassee.
Well, do you think that they know you?
Maybe.
Okay, and that's because you're a leader in a substantially sized tribe of the Latin Kings. Is that correct?
Yeah, they don't know me, but they probably know my name.
So could you pick up a phone and call somebody and get information on somebody that's associated with the Latin Kings in, let's say, Jacksonville? Could you do that?
If you're the leader, of course.
Okay, and you were a leader, right?
Yes, sir.
So what about, could you pick up the phone and find out if there's people in Gainesville? You could do that as a leader, right?
Yes, sir.
Everywhere, right?
Everywhere.
Okay. Because in addition to being a local organization, it's a statewide and national organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been a leader of this organization pretty much your entire adult life, correct?
Yes, sir.
how do you become, what do you need to do to become a Latin king?
I was born into it.
What about, what is your definition of gangbang?
Gangbang.
Yes, sir?
Latin King is a family. First and foremost, a family. It's an organization that everybody take care of everybody. You take care of the neighborhood.
Do you recall if I ever asked you what were the things you had to do to become a Latin king? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Do you recall what your answer was?
No, I don't remember.
If I show you a copy
You got to read it.
of, I gotta read it?
Yeah, I can't read.
Let me ask you this. Did you tell me on January 31st, 2018, that to get initiated in the gang, you had just gangbanged? Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
And would it be safe to say that when I asked you to expand on what gangbanging means, you said surviving life? Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Does that include selling drugs?
Everything, I guess.
Okay. Did you sell drugs?
Yes, sir. I got to
Hey.
survive.
And you did this to take care of your family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to take care of the nation, right?
Yes, sir.
And when I say the nation, I'm discussing the Latin King nation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would proceeds from your illegal activity go back to the organization?
Repeat that question again.
Sure, no problem. Would the proceeds
What proceed means?
like the money you make?
Okay.
Okay? If there's ever a time where I ask a question that you don't understand what I'm saying, let me know. And I'll
I'm
clarify
doing
just so I'll make sure that everybody's on the same page, all
I'm
right?
doing it right now, sir.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm doing it right now.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. So proceeds means what money you make. So the money you made from your illegal activity, did you give it back to the nation?
It's a treasure. You put money in a treasure.
Okay. So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, let me ask it this way. Is there a manual or a book that your organization uses that has rules in it?
Yes, sir.
And does it go by the initials KMC?
Yes, sir.
Tell the members of the jury what those initials stand for.
You said KMC?
Yes, sir?
It's AKMC. Amor de Rey.
Okay. I'm sorry. I can barely understand what you're saying. Can you say that a little bit louder, sir?
Amor de Rey.
Okay. And is that English or another language?
That's Spanish.
Okay. And hence the name Latin Kings, correct?
Latin King.
And even though you can't read or write, can you translate from English to Spanish?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the members of this jury from English to Spanish what that means?
That means almighty. Almighty love.
Almighty love. And that's your rule book, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard it initialized as KMC?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what? Well, let me ask it this way: is there a portion in that with regards to a code of silence that your gang has to abide by?
Yes, sir.
So one of the principles that's in your rule book is that whatever activity you do within your organization should maintain within that organization. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And whatever activity that you do, if it's illegal, you're not supposed to talk about it, correct?
Of course.
Now, according to your book, the KMC, is there a punishment or a violation that one receives if you provide information against another Latin king?
What do you mean by that?
So let's say a buddy of yours, one of your brothers, let's call him King Anthony, okay? Let's say King Anthony did a crime and you helped the prosecution or you helped the police prosecute him. Would that be a violation according to your rule book?
Objection, relevance, and hypothetical.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Of course.
What would be your punishment?
I'm going through it right now. They're trying to kill me.
They're going to try to kill you.
Yeah.
So you'll agree with me that cooperating against a fellow king would result in probably the most serious penalty that you can have in your manifesto, correct?
Of course.
Loss of your life.
Yes, sir.
Now, you have a tattoo designating your allegiance to your organization, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's on your stomach?
Yes, sir.
And it's the 5 points or the 5 points of the crown, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you still have that tattoo?
Yes, I do.
Are you still a member of the Latin Kings?
Nope.
When did you lose your membership?
When I went back to Coleman, back to the feds.
Okay.
2016.
When in 2016?
Right when I came over here to cooperate.
Okay. So at the beginning of your cooperation, which I would say late September, early October, does that sound about right, sir?
Yeah.
You lost your affiliation because you violated one of the rules in your Latin King manifesto. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you in general population at Coleman? I'm sorry. Let me ask the question this way. Where are you currently housed?
Arizona.
Okay. And that's in a federal facility?
Yes, sir.
And as the prosecution said, you are currently serving a 151-month sentence based on your agreement to plead guilty in a federal racketeering case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what racketeering, sorry. I apologize. Strike that question. And so, as part of your federal sentence, you have been designated by the Bureau of Prisons, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your designation in the Bureau of Prisons is in a federal facility in Arizona, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you'll agree with me that for inmates that they're concerned for their safety and welfare, there's a special portion of the federal facility that they can put you in, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's called the SHU, right?
Yes, sir.
And the SHU stands for Special Housing Unit, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently in the SHU?
Not right now.
Okay. When you say not right now, I see that you're here in Leon County, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
when you meant not right now, prior to them bringing you over here, when's the last time you were in the SHU?
In Leon County.
I'm sorry?
In Leon County.
In Leon County. When you were in federal custody, were you ever in special housing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about in Arizona?
The Arizona, that prison I'm in, is called a drop-by yard. What it's called a PC, protected custody. That's where they got me at right now.
So are you in special housing in your federal facility?
No.
You're in general population, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have they had this, by they, well, let me rephrase that. You indicated earlier that if you testified against a Latin king, they try to kill you, correct?
Testify against anybody.
Well, I'm asking you testifying against a Latin king.
I think he answered your question, Ms. Stangen. Do you have another question?
Yes, Judge. What is a KOS order?
KOS?
Yes.
KOS.
Right.
Kill on sight?
Kill on sight? Are you familiar with that?
I just said it, sir.
Have you ever given a KOS order?
No.
You're aware that at some point between September and November, the U.S. government put a wire intercept on your federal indictment investigation on your phone. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they got caught, yeah, I knew.
And what I'm asking you is this. You know that the feds had you wired up for a month.
Yeah, I found out.
Okay. And you found out because, like in any criminal investigation, one of the things that they do is they show you the evidence that they have against you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that in your federal investigation, you learned that for 30 days, the federal government listened to every one of your phone calls. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In October 2014, did you have, as a Latin King, an issue with members of the 400 gang that moved into Highland Village?
Yes, sir.
And in late October of 2014, did you, Luis Rivera, initiate a series of phone calls asking for assistance from fellow Latin King gang members? Do you
Yes,
recall
sir.
doing that? And do you recall that what you initially wanted to do, or what you asked your fellow Latin Kings, your brothers, to do, was to get armed up and come and help you deal with these other gang members? Is that correct?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Have you ever been involved, other than the case that we're talking about, have you ever been involved in the distribution of narcotics?
Objection, relevance.
Let's go south first.
May I inquire, Judge?
You may?
Mr. Rivera, did you sell drugs in the year 2012?
Yes, sir.
What drugs did you sell in the year 2012?
Weed and cocaine.
Did you sell drugs in the year 2013?
Probably my whole life.
So would it be fair to say that from your teenage years up until your arrest, you were involved in the distribution of narcotics?
Yes, sir.
And I know this because we've spoken about it. It was initially just weed, right?
Yes, sir.
And as you got older, you started selling powder, right? Have you ever committed an armed robbery?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember ever giving me an answer different than that?
I can't remember.
Now, you said that you can't read or write, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the difference between the words yes and no?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Judge?
He said he can't read. You're not going to give him something to read.
Judge, it's just to differentiate between the words yes and no.
No. Proceed.
Do you recall taking a deposition with me on January 31st, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that deposition, I was there and Ms. Kappelman was there?
Yes, sir.
And there was a person that's called a court reporter that was taking notes of what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to refer to line 22 and 23. I asked you, have you ever committed an armed robbery? And your answer was no. Now, today, when I ask you that, your answer is no,
The
yes.
question
Right?
is, do you recall that question and that answer?
Do you recall that
Be
question and that?
proper impeachment.
Do you recall that question and answer?
I can't remember.
Once again, Your Honor, I would ask to be able to show the witness.
Move on, Mr. Singer.
So you indicated you have committed armed robberies, right?
Yes, sir.
And you gave a statement to law enforcement, I believe October 4th?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were through with your question.
No, Judge, on October 4th, 2016, you remember that? let me kind of refresh your recollection. You're sitting there, you got your lawyer, Mr. Collins to your right, you got Detective Isom on your left, and you got an FBI investigator, Mr. Sanford, directly in front of you.
I got my lawyer who to my right?
Chuck Collins.
I think it was David Collins.
Oh, so you do remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to refresh my memory too.
Is David the older or the younger gentleman?
David is the father.
Is the father. Okay. So you had David Collins to your right. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're sitting at a table, right? And you remember that they told you that they videotaped the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would it sound about right that this whole videotaped statement that you gave on October 4th, 2016, in the presence of your lawyer, with Detective Isom, Detective Stanford, took about 2 hours long? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you also remember that during that videotaped statement, you called yourself a jack boy? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's a jack boy?
A jack boy is that rob drug dealers.
Rob drug dealers. Now, when you rob a drug dealer, do you rob them on the streets, or do you go to their house?
Go to the house and take their dope.
Because drug dealers don't keep their dope out of the streets. It's usually stashed somewhere in their house, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask serious questions with regards to these. I mean, do you knock on the door and say, "Excuse me, can I have your drugs?" Does it work like that?
No.
So would it be fair to say that when you go in there, you have the intention to either use force or intimidate by intimidate with the use of force?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would it be a fair statement to say that you do this while you're armed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what would be the weapon that you would most likely use during a robbery of a drug dealer?
A handgun.
Okay. And what happens if you go in and well, let me ask you a question. Do you knock on the door or do you kick down the door?
I knock on the door.
You knock on the door?
Yeah.
Okay. And when they open the door, what do you do?
You give me everything.
Okay. And do you set up surveillance before you do these robberies?
No.
No. Okay. So do you care whether or not if there's kids in the house when you're committing an armed robbery of a drug dealer?
I do care if the kids in the house, and when I do rob somebody, there's no kids in the house.
But you just told me you don't do surveillance, so how do you know?
Because there ain't gonna be no kids in the house. We know the guy we're gonna rob. That's it.
You know the guy that you're going to rob.
Yeah.
But yet you didn't do any surveillance, right?
Ain't no kids in the house.
So you're telling me every time you hit a drug dealer, you knew whether or not that there were kids in the house because you have those moral standards?
Yes, sir. I never hit nobody with no kids in no house.
And you're saying that under oath to this jury?
Yes, sir.
And you understand what being under oath is, correct?
Go ahead, explain to me.
I mean, at the beginning, you raised your right hand, you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm sure as your lawyer has advised you, there is a penalty for lying under oath, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever lied under oath?
No.
That's not a proper question, Mr. Singer.
Let me ask you a
Yes.
question. Do you recall when you pled guilty in federal court, there was a document called a factual proffer? Do you recall that?
Yeah, I heard it.
May I approach, Judge? No. May I approach, Your Honor?
What purpose is it to show somebody can't read a written document, Mr. Singer?
Judge, it's got his initials on it. It has his signature.
All right.
It's got a date.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2.
But we already have a Defense Exhibit 2 unless we're going to do separate documents for Garcia.
It's under Garcia,
Anna.
Judge. I apologize. It's been marked as Garcia number 2. Do you want me to change that, Your Honor?
That'll be okay for now. We can discuss that later.
Now, you indicated that you can't read, but you know what your name looks like, right?
Of course.
Whose name is that right there?
My name.
Okay. Is that your signature in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, your initials
Yes, sir.
on page 1? Are these your initials on page 2?
Yes, sir.
Are these your initials on page 3?
Yes, sir.
Are these your initials on page 4, sir?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is that?
Mine's.
And can you read numbers?
Yeah.
What number is that?
11, 6, 15.
So on November 6, 2015, is that the day you gave your factual proffer?
Yes.
Are these the signatures? Is that your name and these are the initials?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Judge, I'll move Defense Exhibit 2 under Garcia into evidence.
Sir.
Objection, hearsay.
For impeachment purposes.
I sustain the objection at this point in time. I fail to see the relevance, but move on, Mr. Stangenet.
Do you recall me asking you if you had the crimes associated with your factual proffer on your record?
Yes, sir.
And you told me that even though it's on your record, that you didn't do some of these crimes. Is that correct?
Yeah, I told you that.
You told me that, right?
Yeah.
And the document that I just showed you, did your lawyer, when he went over it with you, indicate that there's a portion that says, I agree with all the facts set forth in the factual proffer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, when you took your plea of guilty in front of a federal judge, did he read this factual proffer to you?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
he did.
Word for word, right?
Not word for word, but he told me, he explained to me.
Okay. And in
Sustain the objection, Mr. Stangenet. Let's move on.
which objection, Your Honor?
I found it's not relevant. Move on.
Give me just 1 second, Judge.
Sure.
Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera, have you ever used your position as a leader in the Latin Kings to recruit other Latin Kings to help you further any violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes,
You can
sir.
answer that.
Well, I got a question for you. I'm here for another
Well,
indictment.
Judge, with all, sorry, Judge, I'm objecting to the witness asking questions of the attorney.
Ask another question.
So if you could answer that, the question that I just asked you. If you
Ask your question again, please.
Sure, no problem. Mr. Rivera, have you ever instilled the use of other Latin Kings to further any kind of violent criminal act?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in the 1 month that your phone had a wire intercept, you attempted 3 separate violent acts reaching out to other fellow Latin Kings. Isn't that correct?
Objection,
sir.
relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
So you can answer that question.
Yes, sir.
So in a 30-day period,
You've asked it once.
Thank you,
He's
Judge.
answered it
Yes, sir.
once. We don't need to do it twice.
no problem, Judge. Thank you. And in the future, if I refer to other fellow kings, does every fellow king have the word king prior to a nickname or a designation?
Yes, sir.
So the person that you were talking about earlier, Anthony, was it Rivera?
Torres.
Anthony Torres, did he have a king name?
Jíbaro. Jíbaro.
And is he still alive?
He's dead, sir.
Did he die here in South Florida?
I was in prison when I found out.
Do you know where he died?
Nah,
Do you know how he died?
I heard motorcycle accident.
And this is the individual that you're claiming you called to find my client when Katie called you, right?
Yes, sir.
Katie is Sigfredo's wife, as you described her, right?
Yes, sir.
She has his numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
You have his numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, Sigfredo had multiple phones at all times, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's get to June 4th, okay? Or let's get to June 3rd. Do you remember what time Sigfredo came up to you and told you that he had a job for you in Tallahassee?
It was late night, maybe like about 10, 11 o'clock at night, somewhere around there.
Okay. And what time did you guys hit the road?
Excuse me?
What time did you guys get on the road?
Right away.
Right away. Okay. So let's just go ahead and say around 11 o'clock. Does that sound about right?
Maybe. I can't really remember the time, but I'm saying like between 9 to 11, we was out the way.
Okay. 9 to 11 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And this is when Sigfredo Garcia came to you with a rented, was it a Nissan?
I think it was.
Okay. But you didn't rent the car there that day, correct?
Nope.
And he came to you and he told you you had a job, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when did he tell you you had that job?
In my house.
Okay. And from there, and you went and you got a gun, right?
I can't remember if it was the same day or not.
Well, let me ask it this way. You had guns at your disposal, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're a Latin King. You can call. Did you have your own personal firearm?
No, I went and bought one.
Let me see if I didn't ask that question correctly. Did you have your own piece? Did you have your own firearm for your own protection prior to the day?
I always kept one.
You always kept one?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had your own gun, right? Luis Rivera's gun, right?
Yes, sir.
But you chose not to take that gun because you wanted to find another gun. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because wouldn't that be a smarter thing to do? Have a firearm if you're going to commit, whether it's a home invasion or a murder, that nobody knows is yours, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? So, did you call one of your Latin King brothers to get a gun?
Nope.
Where'd you go?
To the corner.
To the corner, like in the hood?
In the hood.
Okay. And so you got a gun from a guy in the corner. White guy or black guy?
Black guy.
Black guy. So a black guy in the hood, you walked up to him and said, I need a piece, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be safe to say, well, let me ask you this. In your Latin King manifesto, does it talk about not involving non-Latin kings to ensure integrity within your organization?
Are we here for the murder case or for the Latin King case?
I think it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Okay, so answer my question. Don't answer my question with a question.
It's not. What you talking about? You keep talking about the Latin Kings, where it ain't got nothing to do with
Well,
the
hold
murder.
on, but
murder.
you're King Tato, right?
Yeah, but it don't got nothing to do with the murder.
According to you, right? Because
Don't.
if you were,
Wait a minute, stop. Ask another question, just saying it then. Answer the question,
is
please.
there a portion of the Latin King manifesto which suggests that if you were to buy a gun to commit a crime, you'd buy it from another king to make sure you don't get in trouble?
No. You can buy it from wherever you want to buy it from.
You've been a leader of this organization since you were 15 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so you understand, I mean, you're cooperating now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you understand there's informants and cooperators everywhere, right?
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Could be a stranger, could allegedly be your best friend, right?
Yes, sir.
So instead of calling one of your 100 gang member brothers, where you are the king of the castle, the lion of the jungle, you choose to go to the hood and ask a stranger for a gun. That's your testimony?
Yes, sir, because
Okay.
they don't got nothing to do with what I'm about to do.
So you go and you get this firearm. Does the gun come with bullets at least?
No.
You have to buy bullets separately?
Yes, sir.
All right. Kind of like a toy without batteries?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
say that.
So where'd you go buy the bullets?
And a gun store.
So you didn't ask the same guy on the corner to throw you some bullets in?
No.
Okay. So you go to the gun store and do you buy a pack of bullets?
Single bullets.
You buy single bullets? And is this regulated by the person that owns the firearm store?
No.
No? So you can just go buy bullets, you don't have to give ID or anything?
Never gave my ID.
And you bought a single bullet?
Now we bought a few bullets.
You bought 3 bullets.
A few bullets. Like
I'm sorry.
like 15 bullets.
I
Oh, you want me to give you the
misunderstood.
number correct?
Well, it's kind of hard to hear you sometimes. So 15 bullets?
Yeah.
Did you call Garcia and ask him if he needed some bullets too?
Oh, he was with me.
He was with you.
Yeah.
Do you know what time it was that you went to the... So Garcia was with you when you went to the hood? To get the gun?
No.
Okay. Which car did you use to go to the hood?
My car.
What kind of car is that?
I had an old Mercedes.
An old Mercedes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you drive your own car to the hood. At this time, you already knew you needed the gun to commit whatever crime you thought that you were going to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you chose, and Garcia's right there with a rental car, right? Right?
When I bought the gun?
Right.
When
I
I,
mean-
bought the gun, he was with a... Come on, come back. Come
Okay.
back with me, man.
After Garcia told you he had a job to do, how long after that did you go get the gun? Immediately?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I think I told you that already.
Well, I'm just trying to create a timeline.
Yeah, but you going back and forth trying to confuse me. We're not going to do that. Just... Come on.
I'm not trying to confuse. I'm trying to ask a very simple question. He tells you have a job, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You assume this is a violent job, right? That's going to require you to get a firearm, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you go from where you are you living with Jessica at the time, or are you on your Miami Beach house?
I live with Jessica.
Okay. So you go, it's 135th Street?
Yes, sir.
So where'd you go? The Pork and Bees? Which hood did you go to?
It's right around the corners. I live in the hood, man.
Okay. So you go down the street in your car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you buy a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And then you come back and get in the car with Garcia, and then you go buy bullets?
Now you confused me right there, though. I think I went with Garcia in the car. I can't remember. I
Okay.
can't remember.
Okay, now you can. Okay. So after you get the bullets, do you guys head up north?
We got the bullets the next day, man.
Okay.
Let me refresh my memory. You going back and forth
No,
on
listen,
me.
take your time. Take your time.
We got nothing but time. We got 19 years.
Can't take that long.
Mr. Singh. Ask a question.
Come on.
You got a citation on June 4th in the morning, right? The prosecution showed you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get the gun on June 3rd or June 2nd?
I already had the gun going up there.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question is, after Mr. Garcia allegedly told you about this purported job, you said that you went to get a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you about this job the night of or the day before you left going north?
No, the same night he told me about it.
Okay. The same night. So you went down the corner, got the gun, and then got your bullets, and then headed up north, right?
Yes, sir.
You testified originally on direct examination that he drove, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the prosecutor showed you a ticket, and then you said, well, we had to switch out, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony? Well, let me ask you this. Were you and Garcia drinking on your way up north?
Every time.
Every time, okay?
And snorting coke.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting to. And you and Garcia were drinking and driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Snorting cocaine.
Yes, sir.
Who was snorting more coke, you or Sigfredo?
Sigfredo.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia, I apologize, Judge. Mr. Garcia, who was doing more coke, you or him?
Him.
Okay, like a little bit or a lot more?
Just a lot, not a little bit more.
A little bit more. How much cocaine did you and Mr. Garcia go through from Miami to Gainesville?
Can't remember.
And a gram?
I can't remember.
2 grams?
I can't remember, sir.
How much did you take up there?
I don't remember.
About an 8-ball sound right?
Maybe a little bit more, probably.
Okay. So a little bit more than an 8-ball is how many grams?
3.5.
So 3.5 is 1 8-ball, so you took a little bit more. So let's say, would about 5 grams sound about right?
Probably.
So it's your testimony that as an experienced gang member, you get in a rental car.
Sounds like we're about to repeat what's been said. Let's hang it. We're not going to keep repeating everything twice. Let's move on, please.
Okay. In the car that you were driving, you had been drinking alcohol. There were little alcohol bottles.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got pulled over by the police, you were driving, right? Obviously, you got the ticket, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you check to see if you had any remnants of cocaine powder on your nose?
Not at all.
What about Mr. Garcia? Did you look to see if he had any remnants of cocaine on his nose?
No.
And in the car are 2 firearms?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember what number exhibit this is.
Is it mine?
I was going to introduce it, but you introduced it before me.
Is it the ticket?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a minute.
No problem. The government introduced this in evidence. I don't recall what the exhibit number is, Mr. Rivera.
81.
Government's Exhibit 81, which is going to be popping up on the screen, is a copy of the citation.
Yep, we have it.
There we go. Your name is Luis Manuel Rivera, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The location on your driver's... I think this will be better. Sorry, Judge. The location on your driver's license as your address is 1805 Normandy Drive, Apartment 3. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in Miami Beach, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long had you lived in Miami Beach?
My whole life.
You were born April 25th, 1983.
Yes, sir.
You're a Hispanic male and you're 5'4".
Yes, sir.
And the citation is going 90 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in conjunction to all the things that I've already described, the firearms, the drugs, the empty bottles, you were going 90 miles an hour at 9 o'clock in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the officer that pulled you over was a Florida, was it a Florida, it was a FHP, Florida Highway Patrol?
I think so.
At any point, did he ask you to exit the vehicle to determine if he needed to conduct field sobriety exercises?
No, sir.
Did you smoke any marijuana in the car?
No, sir.
Did you take any marijuana with you?
No, sir.
So it's you and Mr. Garcia in a rental car with all the contraband we discussed, and Trooper Downing just issues you a citation for speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was at 9:12 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, that citation took place on a mile marker in Gainesville, right here. I-75 northbound, mile marker 374. Is that correct? Let me go ahead and zoom that in for you.
He's telling me where to go. I don't even know where I was at.
And who's he?
Garcia.
Garcia. Did he have his GPS on his phone?
In his brain.
In his brain. Had you ever been up to Tallahassee with Mr. Garcia before?
Never in my life.
And it was your testimony earlier that Mr. Garcia never utilized his cell phone GPS. Is that correct?
No.
And as you indicated to the members of this jury, he was right next to you. If he was using his phone, you would have been able to see that he was using his phone for GPS, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was able to get you not only from Miami, Florida to Tallahassee, but to drive around in Tallahassee to the appropriate locations. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know roughly how far mile marker 374 is from Gainesville to Tallahassee?
No idea.
After you received this citation, who drove? Did you continue driving?
Yes, sir.
And so from at least Gainesville to Tallahassee, you drove the rest of the way.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys still have the alcohol bottles in the Nissan after you got pulled over?
Yeah. It was in a brown paper bag.
Brown paper bag. You didn't think to throw it out afterwards?
Nah, it didn't cross my mind.
How many drinks would you say that you had consumed?
I can't remember that.
Was it one?
I can't remember that, sir.
Was it two?
Move on, Mr. Singleton.
What about Mr. Garcia? Were you watching how many alcoholic beverages he was consuming?
Not at all.
How many alcoholic beverages, how many little bottles did you guys buy?
About a bunch. I just can't remember how many.
Give me a rough estimate of what a
I can't
bunch
remember
is.
how many, sir.
Multiple? That means more than two?
Of course, it's more than two, but I can't remember how many.
And do you remember how long it took to drive from Miami to Gainesville?
I know it took a couple of hours. I mean, a bunch of hours. I don't remember, though.
And during that time, did you guys consume all the alcoholic beverages that you had from Miami to Gainesville? Or did you have more alcohol after you got pulled over?
No, I think we had drank them all already.
So when you get to Tallahassee, and you're still driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Where do you go on June 4th, the same day of the citation?
We went straight to the hotel. I think we went to go rent a hotel that day.
You went to rent a hotel. Okay. And did you pick the hotel, or did Mr. Garcia pick the hotel?
Garcia picked the hotel.
Do you remember which exit you guys took off the highway?
No, sir.
You were driving though, right?
Yes, sir.
And how much of the cocaine did you have left? Do you remember?
No, I can't remember.
You think you had burned through most of it?
Probably.
And would it be a fair assessment to say that you hadn't slept all night?
Yeah, I ain't sleep.
Okay. And the night before, you didn't know that this was going to be occurring, right? You found out that's that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had been up all day and all night? And
Driving.
correct. And you consumed multiple alcoholic beverages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you and Mr. Garcia had consumed multiple grams of cocaine, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So it's also your testimony that somewhere after Orlando, that Mr. Garcia, according to you, tells you that this is a homicide, right?
Is that first trip or the second trip?
First trip,
Okay.
right?
Yes, sir.
That's when you find out it's a homicide.
I just want to make sure, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony to these jurors that he told you that he was going to give you either 30 or 35 stacks, right?
Yes, sir.
It's also been your testimony to this jury that you believed that he thought that you were going to do the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, your testimony is that you did not do the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you still receive the same amount of money?
Yes, sir.
So for not committing the act that you were hired to do, right? Because it's your testimony that Sigfredo Garcia, Mr. Garcia, hired you to commit this murder, not to be your tag along, that he still paid you the amount of money that he told you that he'd pay you at the beginning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he didn't tell you, hey, listen, I thought you were going to actually do the murder and I had to do it, so I'm going to give you, man, I'll give you 10 stacks for 2 rides, right?
Yeah.
So you got $35,000 for 2 rides from Miami to Tallahassee,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
When you find a good stopping point, Mr. Singer,
I can stop right now.
I think the jury's probably had enough for the day.
Yes, Judge.
I wasn't saying stop right this moment, just find a good
Absolutely.
stopping
If you
point.
think the jury's done for the day, we'll pick back up tomorrow. My pleasure.
So it's a decent.
That's
stopping
fine.
point.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think probably reach a point where things hard to keep your concentration. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you. 8:45 tomorrow. I guess we probably know the drill pretty well by now. We'll see y'all in the morning. Either side have any issues?
No, Your Honor.
Just a time for tomorrow? For the attorney?
Same time every day, 8:30.
Just checking, just want to make
All
sure.
right. We need to resolve the discovery issue.
All right, so that's it for that day, and let me pull this up. So for those that missed this at the beginning of the stream and any other time I pulled it up, so if you want to take a screenshot, so this is Dan, victim. We've been hearing all about him. So Luis Rivera is in the bottom right there, and Sigfredo Garcia is right next to him. Catherine Magbanowa. So this is Catherine's and Sigfredo's trial that we're watching right now. Luis is the person who's testifying, and Catherine's the jury hung on her verdict, but they found Sigfredo guilty. So then the state retried Catherine. I think it was 2022. This is from 2019. They retried her in 2022, and she was found guilty then. So today is going to be more about Luis. We're going to continue on with his testimony, and then tomorrow we're going to stream Catherine's testimony. So we're trying to give you guys this really big, detailed picture as we get ready for Donna. So episode 2 is actually going to be 2 parts. I didn't realize how long. It's going to be like 11 or 12 hours. I didn't feel like doing an 11-hour stream in one day, so we broke it up. All right, so next up, excuse me, Cross continues. So Cross continues. This is his name. It's S-A-A-M, so it might be Sam. I'm not sure if he pronounced it Sam or Sam. Zengane is this is Sigfredo's attorney, and he's Miami-based. Then Tara gets up. Kawas, I believe is her last name. She's Catherine's attorney. She represented Donna very briefly. In one of the pre-trials, she represented Donna Adelson. So that just shows you how Catherine and Donna and the Adelsons were so connected that they even used the same lawyer. And then let's not forget Rashbaum. Let's not forget Mr. Rashbaum represented Charlie, and then he represented Donna, and then he had to recuse himself because Charlie did what he did right before they were going to start. All right, so let's go to continue with cross-examination of Luis. Let me pull this up here. And thank you guys so much for joining us on a, on a Saturday. Really appreciate that. Hold on a sec. I'm sorry, it's this one that I need to pull up. This is the one that I need to pull up. He testifies for a while. It's not just one. Uh-oh. What happened there? Uh-oh, hold on a sec. Hold on, that didn't work. Let me try this again. It's not coming up for me right now. Oh, that's why. Okay, part 3. Here we go. All right.
A copy of it. And we had asked for that yesterday from the state. We have no copies of those.
Provide them a copy of it, please, Ms. Norris.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
We'll start with the jury at 9 o'clock. Let's have the witness on the stand, please.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Rivera, good morning.
Good morning.
I've got up here on the screen. Can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I've got up on the screen phone records that have been entered into evidence as Government's Exhibit 128. There's a portion right here.
If he can read that, his eyes are a whole lot better than mine. You can't blow that up a little bit. I think there's a knob there. I've seen them use.
It's through the laptop.
Okay. All right.
The government asked you this on direct examination yesterday, and I just want to confirm that your phone number, or one of your 2 phone numbers, was 305-570-8153. You recall that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what's already been entered into evidence is Government's Exhibit 128, are the specifics that AT&T has and that they document and they keep with regards to your phone activity, sir. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And your phone activity that's documented in this state's exhibit, it includes phone calls as well as text messages. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
You indicated yesterday that you are unable to read and write. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
From the month of May of 2014 till October of 2014, with phone number 305-570-8153, were you aware that you participated in 7,885 text messages back and forth?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me, a text message is a nonverbal communication?
You can talk to the phone and it'll spell it out for you.
And that's your testimony that that's what you did in every single text message?
Yes, sir. I had an iPhone.
And what about receiving text messages? They were also voicemails, that's your testimony?
Yeah, I read it out to you.
And you indicated also that you were attempting to get your GED, but we interrupted your education
Yes, sir.
in your testimony yesterday. In 2016, while in federal custody, did you take any classes with regards to reading and writing?
I've been doing that my whole life, though. I'll tell you that.
So you've been taking classes to read and write your whole life. Isn't it true that in 2016, while in federal custody, as part of the federal program, you received passing grades with regards to reading and writing courses?
I get help. I got a tutor.
So you didn't really answer my question. I see that you had a tutor, but the answer is yes, correct? You received passing grades
Yes, sir.
in reading and writing.
Yes, sir, I had a tutor.
And yesterday, when the government asked you to read a document, your testimony under oath was that you can't read and write, correct?
I can.
So let's go back to what we were talking about yesterday with regards to your June 4th trip. And that's the trip that you took in a Nissan, I believe it was Sentra, correct?
I guess so.
Now, you didn't rent the Nissan, correct?
No, sir.
But in the July trip, you did rent the Toyota Prius, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was your testimony yesterday that you rented it while Mr. Garcia was around the corner waiting for you outside of the rental place, correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing the jury.
Before you, why don't we let the technician handle that instead of you switch to the Elmo type function?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rivera, you filled out this document alone while Mr. Garcia was around the corner, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote your name right here
Yes, sir.
where it says renter's name.
Yes, sir.
You didn't write the name where the unit number is, correct?
What unit?
Right next to it, to the right, where it says unit number. You didn't mistakenly put your name where it says unit number. You put your name where it says name, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's because you read the word name and you knew to write your name next
No,
to it.
I asked the guy where do I write my name and everything. He told me fill it out right here. Is what you put your name and your address.
So all this was at the assistance of somebody else, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, can you read that?
It's my name.
What does it say?
Louis Rivera.
You can't read this whole thing?
My name, Louis Rivera.
Your name, so it says my name is Louis Rivera?
Yeah. It's like a third grade level.
Hold on. But it's your testimony now, but where it says renter's name right here, you needed assistance.
Yes, sir. At that time, I needed it. I'm taking classes now to learn how to read and write.
When you took your final exam in your GED level course in federal prison? Was your tutor there with you when you passed?
Yes,
Did
sir.
he take your exam with you?
He was right next to me.
Government's Exhibit 83. It's going to be your testimony that the person that budgeted in also helped you fill out this form?
Yes, sir.
Couldn't do it on your own?
No, I can't.
And it's your testimony that you asked the person at the budget in to read the document so you could fill out exactly what he needed to
Yes,
fill
sir.
out?
I asked him.
I'm listening. On the June 4th trip, did you ever indicate that Sigfredo drove the whole way?
June 16th?
The June 4th trip, have you ever previously said that the person that was driving the entire trip was Sigfredo Garcia?
He rode halfway and I rode the other half.
Have you ever indicated in previous statements that he was the only person that drove?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And today was the first time when the prosecution showed you that you actually got the ticket, that your testimony was that you drove the second half, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And isn't it also true that in other statements that you've given, you indicated that you received the ticket on the July 14th trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about June 4th. Had you previously testified that you arrived in Tallahassee in the early morning time?
Yes.
All right. And your previous testimony had been that you'd arrived around 9 or 10 in the morning, correct? Maybe earlier?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay. And that your previous testimony was that when you got there that you kept partying, right, for a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you guys went to sleep for about an hour before you headed out, correct?
I don't remember that. I said an hour?
But you went
remember.
to sleep for a little bit, correct?
Probably.
So, arrived in Tallahassee in the early morning hours, kept drinking and doing cocaine, and then slept for a little bit before you left to go to Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'll agree with me that when the government showed you your travel citation in Gainesville, about 250 miles away, multiple hours away at 9 a.m.
How far away, Mr. Zingata?
I'm sorry?
How far away?
About
Let's
200
not mislead the witness, please. That's
Well,
not accurate.
Okay. From Gainesville to Tallahassee, right? It's quite a drive, correct?
Yes, sir.
More than 100 miles, if you recall?
I don't know, sir.
So, between Gainesville and Tallahassee, multiple hours, and the citation's at 9:12 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony changed and your timeline changed yesterday when the prosecution showed you the ticket, is that correct?
I don't know about my time change, but
Your timeline,
my timeline?
yes. Because you'll agree with me beforehand, you said that you got here in the early morning time, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you received the citation at 9:12, and Gainesville's at least 100 miles, as you indicated. It's quite a drive from Gainesville to Tallahassee, you'll
I guess
agree,
so.
correct? Right. So you'll agree with me that you did not arrive in the early morning time. You were in Gainesville in the early morning time, right?
Yes, sir.
You also indicated on direct examination that Mr. Garcia never used any kind of navigation technology on his phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's your testimony that you got to and it's also been your testimony that you've never come to Tallahassee before, correct?
Never been to Tallahassee.
And that Mr. Garcia at no point utilized any kind of electronic media to help him get around in Tallahassee, right?
He never used any electronic, but we did stop in the store.
And you got a map.
Yes, sir.
And you said that he looked at it once and didn't look at it again, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So your testimony is that Mr. Garcia looked at a map once and never looked at it again.
Yes, sir.
Is Tallahassee like Miami in terms of how the streets are, like avenues and streets, like numbers and like how you can go, I'm going up from 88th Street to 157th Street. They don't have that here, do they?
I don't think so.
And you also testified that you purchased a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you purchased bullets, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sangaday, we're not gonna repeat everything you did yesterday. I think we did it 2 or 3 times yesterday. That's enough. Move on.
When you get to the hotel room, the first time, you said that you had somebody purchase the room for you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the reason why you would do that was because you wanted to potentially hide, you didn't want to leave any kind of footprint that you were in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because, according to your testimony, your best friend tells you several hours into a trip that it's not a robbery, it's a homicide.
Yes, sir.
Would you consider that misleading?
What you mean by misleading?
Right. So your testimony has been, and you've proffered to this jury, that he's somebody that you've grown up with and he's one of your best friends, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you'll agree with me that your testimony in court is that he didn't tell you the purpose of the trip, right?
He didn't tell me at the beginning.
Right. Well, that's what I'm talking about. To get you to go on the trip, he didn't tell you the purpose of it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But he did offer you money.
Yes, he did.
And it was your testimony yesterday that the second day that you were there, you didn't feel like going forward with the murder, correct?
Repeat that question again, please.
No problem. It was your testimony yesterday that I believe you said because you're not going to kill somebody just because he has kids and that you don't know the man. Something like that, but you recall saying that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And based on that statement that you guys called off the purpose of your trip and left Tallahassee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you were the driving force behind calling this off and leaving Tallahassee?
Well, it was nothing to do. It was nothing to be around there for, so we left.
Okay, so let me ask a few questions about that. You indicated that Mr. Garcia had been paid and you saw cash in his pocket, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was between $2,000 and $5,000, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got there on June 4th in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
And between June 4th in the morning and what time did you guys leave on the 5th?
I don't remember the time.
Roughly. Was it nighttime?
I don't remember the time, sir.
Was it nighttime?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. Do you remember if it was light or dark outside?
I can't remember.
Whose idea was it to leave?
Both of us.
According to you, had Mr. Garcia run through all the money that he'd bought?
Yeah, we was low on cash.
Okay. And you also said that he'd given you some money from his pocket, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd also said that you had bought your own a substantial amount of narcotics during the trip, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also said that Mr. Garcia had purchased additional narcotics, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much money would you say that he had spent on narcotics?
Ain't no telling right now. It's been a long time.
Okay, well,
can't remember.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Mr. Rivera, can you guesstimate?
I said, ain't no telling. I can't remember how much money we spent, but we spent money.
Okay. Well, what's your definition of money on cocaine?
About $200.
Okay. So, as someone that has experience in the drug trade, right?
Yes.
$200 or $300 would be maybe another 8-ball, right?
Maybe like 2 or 3.
2 or 3 more 8-balls. So you're at about 15 grams of cocaine for a 36-hour trip, according to you, right?
Probably.
So $200 to $300 on drugs. How much was the room? $100?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. Does that sound about right? Let's be very generous. Let's say $100.
I can't tell you, I don't remember.
All right. It was a motel though, right? It wasn't the W or a 5-star hotel.
There's a hotel, it can be one night for $60, for 2 nights it can be 120.
And you guys stayed there
Depends.
one night, right? June 4th. And you left June 5th, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So one night at a hotel, let's say between 50 and $100. Sound about right?
Yeah,
Okay. And you guys ate at Hooters, right?
yes, sir.
Ate and drank at Hooters. You didn't want to be seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet you went to a known restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were there for multiple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing a hat?
Yes, sir.
You were wearing a hat?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing sunglasses?
I don't remember.
You didn't have the mask on at Hooters, did you?
No.
No, right? Okay. So you're in public, being seen in Tallahassee for multiple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You and Mr. Garcia have purchased and consumed, according to you, multiple ounces, almost multiple grams of cocaine, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're, I assume, drinking substantially at this point, correct?
Yes.
After you leave Hooters, where do you go? Back to the room?
Yeah.
Now, what time in the morning do you leave to start your surveillance the next day?
That Friday?
I'm sorry?
And then the murder day?
No. We're talking about the June trip today, sir.
All right.
What time do you leave?
In the morning,
Yes, sir? What time? Do you remember?
like 7 or 8 around there.
Was this, had you checked out of the hotel when you left in the morning?
I don't remember.
Did you remember, checkout's usually around 11 a.m., right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that morning, you'll agree with me that you hadn't decided whether or not anything was going to happen that day, right? Your plan was you were going to go kill Dan Markel that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you'd planned to go commit this murder, and you weren't sure whether or not it was going to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So did you check out of the hotel, or did you keep the hotel for another day?
I can't remember if we checked out or not. I cannot remember.
Okay. So then you drive over to Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
To the area, and you conducted surveillance, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you followed him to the daycare center, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you lost him, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any additional surveillance that day, or did you call it quits?
I don't know if we were in the, okay, I can't remember.
You indicated to the jury on direct examination that it appeared that on that second day that you felt that this was the wrong thing to do, and you didn't want to be involved in killing somebody that you didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'll also agree with me that you realized that Mr. Garcia, according to your testimony, wanted you to be the shooter in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of that, you were going to be paid $35,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were actually paid $37,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were paid more than you were originally told, right?
Yes, sir.
And as we indicated yesterday, your testimony is that you didn't do the job that you were hired to do. You simply were, in essence, like a chauffeur, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you on Are you on any medication right now?
No, sir.
None?
Not at all.
Were you on any prescribed medication at the time of the June or the July trip?
No, sir.
Give me 1 second, Dave.
You mind?
Have you ever been diagnosed as being bipolar?
Yes, sir.
What about schizophrenic?
Yes, sir.
On the June 5th surveillance that you conducted of Dan Markel, when you said he went to the daycare, did you see him drop the kids off at the daycare?
Yes, sir.
And so he was alone at that time, correct? Because you saw him drop off the kids?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that after you called off, the purpose of your trip, you drove back to Miami, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's been your testimony that from June 5th, because that's when you got back to Miami, right? June 5th, the next day,
Yes, sir.
the next night. June 5th, that there was no communication or no discussion with you and Mr. Garcia about anything else until, I believe, the 14th of July?
Yes, sir.
Would it be a fair statement to make that you made it clear, according to your testimony, that you did not want to participate in this job to Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then during your direct examination, actually, you kind of went to substantial detail to tell the members of the jury how you felt that this was an inappropriate thing to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Yet, when Mr. Garcia, according to your testimony, calls you, you go rent a car immediately, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell him, "Oh man, don't you remember what I told you June 5th? I don't want to be down with this," right? You didn't say that, did you?
No, that's my best friend.
Okay, well, but he was also your best friend on June 5th, right?
Until I'm dead, I'm gone, I guess.
Right, so he was your best friend on June 5th as well, the same day that you said, "No, I don't want to do this," and in essence, you guys left, right?
Yes, sir.
5 weeks later, he tells you, "Let's ride," and you immediately go and rent a car in your name, yes?
Yes, sir, I did.
How many guns did you take the second time up?
One.
One, correct?
Talk about for the murder?
Yes, sir?
I just want to make sure where we at.
I'm sorry?
I just want to make sure where we at.
So, you'll agree with me that on the trip, on the June trip, you were extremely cautious about not leaving any kind of fingerprint, okay, or any kind of trace that you were in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yet on this second trip, you rented a car, right?
Yes, sir.
And whose name did you rent the car in?
My name.
Whose hotel did you rent the hotel room in?
It says my name on it, right?
Were you taking your medication on that day? No, you weren't, right? You weren't taking any medication that
Not
day?
at all. Just cocaine.
So you consider cocaine to be medication?
It's medication.
Have you been taking cocaine for medication for a long time?
I've been doing cocaine since the age of 15 years old, sir.
And how old are you now?
36.
Would you say that you do cocaine on a daily basis, or did cocaine on a daily basis?
Not once in a blue. Not like that. Not every day.
When you say once in a blue, what does that mean?
Maybe on a weekend. Maybe in a party.
So 50 times, let's just be conservative. Once a week there's 52 weeks in a year, correct?
Yes.
Right?
I
mean,
guess.
that's not a trick question. There's 52 weeks in a year. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that you did cocaine once a week, so that's 50 times a year, right?
Yes, sir.
For 20 years?
Yeah, I'm 36.
Okay. So about 1,000 times?
Maybe, yeah.
Now, have you ever testified that you believe, who do you believe convinced Mr. Garcia to take this job?
His wife, Katie.
Have you ever said that one of the reasons that Mr. Garcia participated in this murder for hire was that Katie McBanawa indicated that she would get back together with him if he did so?
Have I ever said that? I don't remember.
Do you remember giving a recorded statement to law enforcement on October 4th, 2016?
Yeah.
And during that time, as we indicated yesterday, you were accompanied by your attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as Detective Isom and Special Investigator Sanford, correct?
Yes, sir.
Give me a minute, Judge. Can we come side, bro?
Okay.
May I continue, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. So it's your testimony today, sir, that you don't recall whether or not you
We're not
indicated...
going to repeat his testimony over and over again. Let's sing it in, move on.
Will you agree with me that you believe that Ms. Bagbanawa was a driving force in convincing Mr. Garcia to commit this murder? That's
Yes, sir.
your testimony,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
It was also your testimony yesterday that immediately after the purported, after you committed the murder, that Mr. Garcia called Ms. Bagbanawa, correct?
That he called her?
Well, that's the first call he made after the murder, right?
That was the first call.
Okay. And you actually testified that while he was sitting next to you in the Prius, you could hear the conversation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that conversation, I believe your testimony was something to the effect is, it's done, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then it was followed up with, we're getting our money the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing about, he didn't say anything to the effect of, you didn't hear, I did it, we're going to be back together now, right?
No, not at all.
He didn't tell Katie, listen, I did what you asked me to do, I want to be back together with you, correct?
Not at all. So he hung up the phone and that's it.
Right. And the only contents of the conversation was with regards to money, right?
Yes, sir.
Page 49. And you'll agree with me that prior to that, you indicated the driving force behind this was him getting back together with Katie, right?
Repeat that question again?
Sure, no problem. I just asked you, wasn't she extremely influential in having him do this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You also, and you agree with me that you believe that Ms. McManawa was extremely influential in decisions with regards to Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
My client was crazy about Ms. McManawa, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
In love with her.
He still is.
You'll also agree with me that at the time of this situation, Ms. McManawa wasn't dating my client.
No, not at all.
She was
They were
dating
They were on and off.
on and off. But at the time that this took place, who was she dating?
The dentist.
You keep calling him the dentist. You know his name though, right?
Yeah, I just found out, Charlie.
Charlie. Now, there was a time where you were with Mr. Garcia and you went to a restaurant in Brickell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was at this time where you saw Ms. McManawa with Dr. Adelson, correct? Charlie Adelson, the
Yes, sir.
dentist.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever testified that you'd never seen Charlie Adelson?
I ain't never seen him a day in my life. That day we went to the restaurant, I seen Katie. I don't know who he was.
As someone that, well, let me ask you this question. As someone that is a participant, someone that deals drugs, you don't deal drugs on the corner, correct?
No.
You deal drugs to people that you know, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you know Katie McManawa?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Mr. Garcia was unhappy with the fact that she was dating Charlie Adelson?
Of course he was.
Would you say that Mr. Garcia liked Dr. Adelson?
Like him?
Right.
No.
Would you say that would probably be the opposite, that he disliked him?
Yeah, he disliked that man.
He disliked that man.
Yeah, just like he didn't like that man.
Right. He didn't like him. He was angry with him, right?
Yes, sir. Anybody with having a relationship, right?
Correct, but I'm talking about Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that he was unhappy with her relationship with the dentist, correct?
Yes, sir.
With Dr. Adelson, correct? Charlie
Yes, sir.
Adelson, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that you'd be able to see the anger in his face, correct?
Of course.
You would see that he would be sad, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet it's your testimony that Mr. Garcia agreed to do an act that the Adelsons wanted, right?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can I get a minute?
No.
It's your testimony that you'd never seen Charlie Adelson, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would deny selling drugs to Charlie Adelson?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever sell drugs to Charlie Adelson?
Sustained the objection, Mr. Simonet.
Can we approach sidebar,
No,
Judge?
move on.
Have third parties ever elicited you to purchase narcotics for other people?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that Mr. Garcia was involved in a motorcycle accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware that he received a settlement as a result of this motorcycle accident, correct?
A settlement?
A settlement, he got paid.
No, I don't. I remember that.
You don't remember that? Are you aware, or you indicated that you would have almost daily contact with Mr. Garcia, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that one of the things that he did to make money would be to buy and sell cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how many cars he's bought and sold?
No, not at all.
Would it be more than one?
Yeah.
More than 5?
Shit, I don't remember.
The government showed you a picture of 1986 Monte Carlo, a purple one, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much did he pay for that car? Do you remember?
I think no more than $3,000.
So around $3,000. And how much did he pay for that motorcycle?
Like 38, $4,000 around there.
You don't remember?
Like 38 or $4,000 between.
And it's your testimony that he gave you $37,000 out of 100?
Yes, sir.
Did you deposit any of that money in the bank?
Nope.
Did you declare any of that money on your taxes?
Nope.
Do you know how the money was given to you?
Cash.
Cash?
Yes, sir.
$100 bills, right?
Yes, sir.
Stapled together?
Yes, sir.
And it was your testimony that the day after the murder that my client and Miss McManawa were at Jessica's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Jessica know about the murder?
No, sir, not at all.
So they did the money drop off at her house, right?
Yes, sir.
So in essence, at that point, you agree with me, Jessica now knew what was going on.
Not at all.
You just showed up and you got, would you normally get large amounts of cash like that?
No, sir.
How much would you make on when you would do one of your jacks?
It depends.
10, 15, 20,000?
Yes, sir.
You don't consider that to be a large amount of cash?
Yes.
What's the most money you've ever made doing a robbery?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. Is this the most amount of money you've ever made? And what?
Objection, Your Honor.
I overruled the objection to that question.
Is this the most amount of money you've ever made in one setting?
No, sir.
No, sir? Okay. So this is not something that Jessica wrote. This is your wife, right? Your living girlfriend, your baby mama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did she ever ask you where you got this money?
She never asked me nothing.
And that's because she knows that you have a code of silence, right?
Yes, sir.
Yet you exposed her, according to your testimony, to this cash exchange. Was that normal?
Repeat that again?
Sure. You exposed her to this money exchange, right?
What you mean by exposure?
She was there,
She was there.
right?
She never seen the money, though.
So they gave you a paper bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she didn't see you taking, I mean, the $100 bills were stapled together, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So did she see you taking the staples out of everything?
No, sir.
No.
Not
You went
at
to a
all.
separate room?
Nope, I let them in my car. Grabbed the money and left.
Did you give any of this money to Jessica Rodriguez?
I gave her a few dollars, but she didn't know where it come from. She didn't, nothing.
Obviously, you don't want to get Jessica in trouble, right?
She don't know nothing. Why would I get in trouble?
I'm just asking you in general. You wouldn't want her to get in trouble, correct?
I never tell her nothing.
Did Jessica, okay, so you took a plea in this case, to 19 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you're not going to serve 19 years in Florida State Prison, right?
Maybe, maybe not.
Well, the answer is not, because your plea was to 19 years to run at the same time as your 151-month sentence in federal court, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, let's do the math here. 19 times 12 is 228. Minus 151 is 77. Divided by 12 is 6.4 years. So you're going to spend less than 6.5 years in Florida State Prison, correct?
If I do all my time in the feds. If I don't, I got to do more time in the state.
Your plea agreement, what we're talking about, not whether or not you get additional time or less time, but what you've agreed with the government, that's what I'm talking about, okay?
Yes, sir. I'm just explaining.
Okay, well, I'm asking what your plea agreement is. Your plea agreement is what you agreed to with the government, correct?
Yes, sir. And I said 19.
19. So as we agreed, did you sit down and go over your plea agreement with your attorney? You did that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he read all the portions of the plea agreement to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you began plea negotiations with the government probably in September of 2016?
Yeah.
And you were arrested, or you were charged, because you were already in prison, right?
Yes, sir.
So you were charged in, was it May or June of 2016?
I think it was June.
It was June, right? Because you'll remember that law enforcement came to federal prison to talk to you in May of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
And when they first asked you about this, you'll agree with me that you denied any involvement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then from June to September, about 3 months, right?
Yeah.
You decided to become a cooperating witness with the state of Florida, correct?
Yes,
okay. Did the government make you the 19-year offer before they spoke to you?
Did they make me?
Let me ask the question, sir. Did the government come and tell you, we're going to offer you 19 years, or did they sit down and talk to you and then make you that offer?
They didn't sit down and talk to me at all.
So at no point did you have any communication with the prosecutor?
At all.
That communication went through your attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
Prior to the October 4th statement that you gave that's videotaped,
Yes, sir.
did you have communication with law enforcement that was not memorialized by video?
Say that again?
Sure. Did you've seen the video, right? The October 4th video?
I ain't really had no, I ain't see nothing. I was in a box. So I never got to see no videos or none of that.
Well, let me ask it this way. Was there ever a time, okay, prior to the recording, where law enforcement asked you questions that went through your attorney, okay, and he came and discussed those questions with you, and then you told your attorney the answers, and then he would go back and tell the police?
Yes, sir.
So your attorney acted as like a mediator, okay, between law enforcement and you, right?
Well, law enforcement would be with me in there. And I talk with my lawyer.
That's not what I asked you.
Well, you got me confused, man. Come back.
Okay. Law enforcement, was there a time where you were in separate rooms with law enforcement and you were alone with your attorney?
No, law enforcement, he was in the room.
Your attorney was in the room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the police would come and talk to your attorney, and then he would come alone with you and have discussions, correct?
No, the cop was in the room as well.
Okay. Were you at the open table, or were you isolated and having a private conversation with your lawyer?
No, it was an open table. My lawyer, well, if I have a conversation with my lawyer, it's between me and my lawyer. But the detective was there.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition on January 31st, 2018? You remember me taking your deposition?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you remember when I asked you, where prior to the recording, law enforcement,
Give us a page and-
page number, I apologize, 119, lines 11 to 15. Where I asked you, where prior to the recording, law enforcement asked questions that went through your attorney, and he came and discussed them with you, and then you told your attorney the answers, and he would go back and tell the police officers, and you answered, yes, sir. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Judge did improper impeachment.
Overruled.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I asked you was, because what I asked you in that question, it appears that the answer is, well, strike that. Was this the same day as the recording? Do you remember?
What recording?
Okay. The October 4th recording. Do you recall if this is the same day?
Yeah.
And you'll agree with me that there are portions of your interaction, according to your own words, that were not memorialized on video, correct?
That it wasn't recorded?
Right.
I don't know if it was recorded or not.
Did they tell you at some point we're turning the camera on?
I believe every time I talk to any detective, it's getting recorded.
Now, between end of September and your statement, you took a ride down I-75 with the police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during and the purpose of this was to see if you could retrieve the firearm that was used in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that on that day, you spent multiple hours driving up and down I-75, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many miles would you say that you went from Tallahassee all the way south?
A lot of miles, I can say.
Did you get to Tampa?
Probably past Tampa.
Past Tampa. There's a real long bridge that you went over, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that multiple hours?
Yeah.
Did they feed you?
Yeah.
You didn't eat prison food, right?
No.
They got you some McDonald's or something?
Yes.
And you actually had them stop at an underpass, which you believed was where the firearm was left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement actually found a firearm there, didn't they?
I guess.
You guessed. I mean, they showed you. We found a gun, right?
No, nobody showed me nothing.
Didn't they? But you know that they found a firearm there, right?
I heard they found a gun.
Did they show you that gun to see if that you recognize the gun to be the
No,
gun in this
sir.
case?
No, sir.
Is that did you just take law enforcement to a known dumping ground for Latin kings to dump firearms?
Latin Kings.
You're a Latin king.
Why you keep saying Latin Kings? It ain't got nothing to do with this. You're wrong. You're wrong, man. This ain't got nothing to do with no Latin Kings.
So
It
you're
got to
not
do with me, Garcia. No Latin Kings.
So you're not answering my question. My
No.
question
Ask him
was,
a straightforward question.
I said no.
Think of that.
I'm sorry?
Ask him another question. Ask him a straightforward question, not an argumentative one, please.
Give me just 1 second, I just received that. Your Honor, may I approach?
But
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what the marked as defense exhibit D.
You recognize that?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's a letter.
Who sent this letter?
I did.
And does that have your signature on it?
Yes, sir.
And who did you send this letter to?
Mr. Georgia?
Is this letter in the same condition that it was when you originally sent it?
Probably.
Does it look any different? Does it look altered in any way?
No.
Judge, at this time, the defense moves was previously been marked as Defense Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Stay.
Just my general objection to them introducing evidence during my case in chief, Judge.
No specific objection.
No, Your Honor.
Let me see the exhibit.
Yes, Judge.
I'll admit, Garcia, Defense Exhibit 3.
Mr. Rivera, that said November 3rd, 2016, right? The numbers up there are consistent. That's the day you sent this letter?
Yes, sir.
And that letter's addressed to Ms. Kappelman, who's the state attorney in this case, this young lady right here.
Yes, sir.
This was a letter that you intended to send her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whose signature is this down here?
That's mine.
And it says in this letter that since you made a plea deal with the government and you told them everything they wanted to know, and you helped break the case, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
That you've been in confinement 7 days a week, 3 hours a week to call your family, and that you want to go to general hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have another exhibit, if I may approach Mr. Rivera.
You mind?
Mr. Rivera, do you recognize, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Government Garcia's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
Is that a letter that you wrote to Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, sir.
Is that letter in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you first sent it?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, I move what's previously been marked as Garcia's Exhibit 4 in evidence.
Any specific objection?
Yes, Your Honor, hearsay and cumulative.
Let me see the letter.
Yes, Judge.
I'll overrule the objection and admit the letter.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera, this letter went directly from you to Ms. Kappelman, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't send it to your attorney, correct?
No.
In this letter, in essence, you want to get out of confinement, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason why you said that you were in confinement was because you helped the government, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as government, I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 4, Garcia 4. another letter you sent the same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote, whose name was that?
Her name?
And what's her name?
Kaepernick.
What's her first name?
Georgia.
Did you write this letter?
Somebody wrote it for me.
You wrote it.
I just rewrote it.
I'm sorry?
Somebody wrote the letter and I rewrote it.
So that's your actual handwriting?
Yeah.
And in this letter, what's the first sentence say?
Somebody wrote it for me, sir.
Right.
I can't read it.
You can't read it?
No, I had somebody write it for me. And he's the one that told me about it. And he wrote it for me. And I just rewrote it and sent it out.
Well, let me read it.
You don't need to read it, it's in evidence. Move on, Mr. Sangaday.
Well,
Move on. I said, move on.
yes, sir.
We've done this, put the letter down.
You testified yesterday that as a result of your cooperation, your life would be in danger, correct?
Yes, sir.
That as a result of you cooperating with the government in this case, that they were going to kill you, right?
They're trying it right now.
I'm sorry?
They're trying to do it right now.
You're here, right?
Talking to you, yes.
And those two letters that you sent Ms. Kappelman, you're asking to be put back in general population, correct?
Yes, sir.
Out of the SHU, out of protective custody.
Yes, sir.
Give me a second. Mr. Rivera, who wrote that letter for you?
That inmate.
You remember the inmate's name?
No, sir.
That inmate I assume he was in the SHU in November of 2016?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what pod you were in?
G-Pod.
G-pod, okay. On July 14th, 2014, you rented the Prius and came up to Tallahassee?
We're not going to start repeating testimony, Mr.
I
Sangaday.
apologize.
Go to something new.
Where did you stay?
We've done that. Move on. Something new, Mr. Sangaday.
On the day in question, what time did you start following Mr. Markel?
This is something new, I said, Mr. Sangaday.
Do you remember what time you got to Premier Fitness?
Repeat that again?
Sure. Mr. Markel went to the gym, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what time you got to the gym?
No.
Were you following Mr. Markel from the daycare to the gym?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you were in the car with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
You weren't in the car with another Latin King?
No, sir, man. You bring this Latin King back and forth, man. You got my life in jeopardy right now just because, and yesterday you told me about the same thing. Where's my location at? My life is in jeopardy even worse now because now they know where I'm at. And that's protected custody.
So the answer to my question?
He answered your question. Do you have another question, Mr. Sangaday?
I do. How far behind Mr. Markel were you when he pulled into the gym?
To the gym?
Yeah. To Premier.
A few cars down from him.
So you were, let's say, 100 feet behind him?
Like two cars from him behind him.
2 cars? Would you say 5 seconds behind him?
Yeah.
And you pulled into the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And you testify, well, at any point did you or Sigfredo Garcia get out of the Prius?
I ain't get off the Prius at all.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the Prius to urinate?
Yes, sir.
In the Premier parking lot?
Yes, sir.
where were you parked when you did that?
Almost towards the street, by a bush.
Was the parking lot empty or full?
I had cars around.
And by having cars around it, you mean there were a lot of cars around it?
Yes, sir.
And will you agree that there are people constantly coming in and out of the gymnasium?
Yes, sir.
And did you see someone who worked as, I don't know if there's security, but there was personnel or someone that was working on staff walking around the parking lot?
I don't remember.
Was it your plan that morning to commit the murder?
My plan?
Yes.
No.
Was this another surveillance day?
For the murder? The day of the murder?
That's what
That's
we're
another
talking-
day.
I'm sorry?
It's another day.
Was it your plan when you woke up in the morning that that was the day you were going to commit the murder?
No, it was not my plan. We woke up and went do what we gotta do.
You had not called or you had not heard anybody call saying today we're going to commit the murder, correct?
No.
After Mr. Markel leaves the gym and you follow him, you pull out, when you see him pulling towards his neighborhood, you pull into another direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you don't want him to be seeing you behind him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you pull up into 2116 Trescott Ave, right behind his car that's in the garage,
Yes, sir.
and that's where Mr. Markel's killed.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you are not the shooter.
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody else that could testify to who the shooter is?
But that's not an appropriate question, Mr. Sanganet.
Was there anybody else in the car with you?
Garcia's in the car with me.
Anybody other than Garcia?
Nobody else.
So you'll agree that you're the only person that can
Let's go
testify.
sidebar, please. Guess we're gonna need to take. I was hoping we could find a stopping point.
Wait,
but
hold on.
I guess we're gonna need to take a break. We'll let y'all.
I want to go back to that look he just gave Sigfredo. Hold on, because this is they're going to take a break. But hold on, I'm going to rewind this just a hair.
Step out.
Try not to look over at Sigfredo. Yeah, right there, right there. I think he's looking at Sigfredo right here. Like right here, I think he's looking at Sigfredo. Yeah, look at that look. I think he's looking at Sigfredo. What do you guys think? Because that's where they're sitting. Catherine and Sigfredo are sitting over there. Yeah, that's a look right there.
I was hoping we could find a stopping point, but I guess we're gonna need to take a break. We'll let y'all step out, 15 minutes.
He crossed him for a long time. That was like 2.5 hours of cross. All right. All right. So this is cross continues here. I guess the kiss on the neck would be his, right, his wife, girlfriend, Jennifer, was that her name? Jenny, I think he said. I think that was his wife. I don't know. All right. Rub on head is a gang signal. Rub on head is a gang signal. Jessica, her name's Jessica. Thank you, Aaron. Jessica.
Everybody be seated, please. Second A.
Can you read me my last question? Sorry.
Actually, you know what? I'm fine, Madam Corporal. Thank you. I apologize. I remember where I am. May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, you were charged with first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the government had sought to ask a jury to put you to death, correct?
Yes, sir.
Seeking the death penalty, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that one of the aggravators that a jury can consider in determining the death penalty is gang affiliation?
Repeat that question,
Sure,
please.
no problem. Were you aware that one of the aggravating factors that a jury can consider in determining whether or not they're going to choose life or death is whether or not someone has gang affiliation? Did your lawyers discuss that with you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. But as a result of your negotiated plea, you received a charge of second-degree murder, not first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, your exposure to the death penalty was no longer something you had to be concerned about with regards to this prosecution, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this point, I'll tender the witness with the right to recall Mr. Rivera.
McBennett.
If I may position for,
What's that?
if I may set up the court.
Sure.
Ms. Walsh.
May it please the court, counsel. Mr. Rivera, you've known Sigfredo Garcia since you guys were kids, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe you said on direct examination yesterday you've known him since you were 5 to 6 years old. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
You went to the same school as Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What school is that?
Basic Elementary. Basic Elementary?
Mm-hmm. And then did you end up going to, is it high school that comes next?
No, middle school.
Middle school? I didn't go to school here, so I don't know. So middle school, and you completed middle school?
No.
When did you drop out of school?
I was on and off school. I was going to JMI Opportunity School.
Okay, so you went to the JMI Opportunity School, and
ma'am.
what grade did you complete there?
I think I was in the 6th grade over there.
Okay. You also, after, were able to complete a certificate at Turner Tech in Miami, correct?
Turner Tech? No.
It wasn't Turner Tech? What was it?
I had a Miami.
What did you get your certificate in so that you could work at Coastal Masonry?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. You're right.
Okay, it's Turner Tech, right?
Yeah,
I got that
Turner
right.
Tech. Yes, ma'am.
So you are,
Slide forward just a little bit, please, Mr. Rivera.
so you are also able to go to a secondary institution and obtain a certificate?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in?
Turner Tech, William Turner Tech High School.
But what was the certificate in?
A masonry.
Okay, and you had to take an exam, right?
I didn't, the exam is laying blocks.
Okay.
You gotta lay block.
Now, even though you were really close with Sigfredo, you were not close with Catherine McBanwell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair characterization that you only hung out with her because she was dating Sigfredo on and off?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's remember the names, please.
Oh, full names. I apologize, Your Honor. Now, Catherine Mabanwa and Sigfredo Garcia were dating on and off for 10 years, correct? About?
About, yeah.
And they had 2 children together.
Yes, ma'am.
You know about these kids. You've met them before.
Yes, ma'am.
One is their son, Ethan,
Yes, ma'am.
and then they have a daughter, Kaylee.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in 2013, correct me if I'm wrong, this was the time that Catherine Magbanua kicked Sigfredo Garcia out of her house. Does that sound about right?
I don't remember.
Okay. This was a time when she was living with her kids and her mother in North Bay Village. Sound familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would be around a correct assessment, 2013?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. But you do remember that big breakup where she kicked him out?
Yeah.
Okay. And even though Sigfredo Garcia was broken up with Catherine Magbanua, he didn't abandon his kids, did he?
Never.
Never. Family comes first, right?
Always.
Always. And he would still help Catherine Magbanua take care of the kids.
Of course.
And that's because at that time, you remember, Catherine Magbanua was working in the clubs.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And Sigfredo Garcia actually had to help because she was working at night.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
She needed him to watch the kids.
He's a good father.
He's a good father, and he would do that, right?
Of course.
So
Kids.
is it fair to say that even though they were broken up, they were always in constant communication because of the kids?
Of course.
Now let's talk about where if you know, where Sigfredo Garcia would get his money from. Because it's fair to say he didn't have a steady job, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at the time when there was this separation between them, he was doing a lot of cocaine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was drinking a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is because he was kind of messed up about the breakup, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's something that I say that's not correct, you let me know, okay, Mr. Rivera?
I will let you know.
Okay. Now, isn't it true at this time that Sigfredo was selling cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you get paid when you're selling cocaine?
How do you get paid when you're selling cocaine?
Yeah, people don't pay you in
Objection,
check?
You want to be heard at 7?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, now you had a job, a pretty good job at Coastal Masonry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is Coastal Masonry?
It's a block company.
And you do primarily construction work, correct?
15 years. Yes, ma'am.
And that would be my next question. How long did you work at Coastal Masonry?
15 years straight.
And you were actually working at that job when you were arrested on the federal case in 2015, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And you even got Sigfredo Garcia a job at Coastal Masonry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the time frame, correct me if I'm wrong, is in between the 2 trips.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you had to fire him.
Yes, ma'am.
Why'd you have to fire him?
Drinking on the job.
And you fired him before you went to on the second trip, correct?
I don't remember.
You had to get time off for the second trip, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You had to call your boss and ask him.
Yes, ma'am.
He didn't have to because he wasn't working there.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, around the time of the June trip, the first trip is what I'm going to keep calling it, okay? So that we can keep the 2 separate. Sigfredo did not have a job at that time.
No, ma'am, I don't think so.
And at that time, Katie, like you said, was dating the dentist, is what you called him.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And you knew what his name was at the time because Sigfredo Garcia told you what his name was.
I did not remember his name. We just called him the dentist. That was his name.
The only way you could have known the name would have been from Sigfredo Garcia.
He said it was a dentist.
Okay.
Never gave me a name
He never gave
until
you a
later
name.
on in the future.
All right. You recall giving a deposition in this case in March of this year in Tucson, Arizona?
Yeah.
Remember I was there? That's the first time we met?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. DeCoste was there?
Yes, ma'am.
Remember the court reporter that was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And she took down everything we said?
Yes, ma'am.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before you gave that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? The same oath that you took today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm referring court and counsel to the March 22nd deposition, page 31. And I'm starting at line 16 down to 24. Question. Did he give you at the time any specifics with who? Answer. Yes, he told me the dentist. I forgot his name. He said his name. I'm bad with names. He said the dentist. We'll just keep it like that. Did he tell you it was our boss? Yes. You remember telling us that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that accurate? You told us that he did tell you the name at the time, but you just couldn't remember.
I'm bad with names.
And you referred to him as her boss. He eventually became her boss. That's how Sigfredo would refer to him as, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's common knowledge amongst everyone that knew Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McBanwell that she was working for Charlie Adelson, the dentist.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said on cross-examination, Sigfredo Garcia was very jealous of Charlie Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
He was very angry that they were dating, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to talk to you about that incident where you were in a truck with Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose truck was that?
Sigfredo.
Was that a Dodge truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Black truck?
Yes.
All right. And you didn't know where you were going when he picked you up, right?
No, ma'am.
All of a sudden you're parking and you are observing Catherine McBanwell eating with someone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia said, look at Katie over there with the dentist?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't he say, I feel like taking my truck and running these motherfuckers over to the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
He also said I should get this truck and just smash them and run their asses over while they're eating.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's fair to say that he was angry.
Yes, he was.
You had to talk him down, isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You had to stop him from running them over.
I was in that truck. I was not going to do nothing like that.
And they didn't even know that you guys were there. Or you don't have any indication that they knew that you were there, right?
Didn't know if they knew we were there or not.
Okay. I mean, no one jumped out the car and approached them or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
Now, at this time too, when this breakup is going on, isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia was dating who you termed as Shrimp?
Shrimp. Yes, ma'am.
Isn't her real name Stephanie Carmona?
I ain't know her real name.
The other nickname is Tati, is what you know her as?
I know Tati, yeah.
What does she do for a living?
Like a stripper.
Overruled.
A stripper.
Okay.
Like dance.
And he started dating her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, he actually moved into her apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was her apartment?
I must sustain the relevance objection at this point. Move on, please.
And Your Honor, it would be over my objection because there was no objection.
Well, I earlier denied her relevance objection. I think it's reached a point where I agree it's become irrelevant, so I'm sustaining her objection.
Now, in 2015, when the accident happened with Shrimp on the back, right? The bike accident.
Yeah.
Shrimp was on the bike with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was in January of 2015?
I don't remember the month.
But it was in 2015?
Yeah, before I got locked up.
Before you got locked up, okay. And Catherine McBanwell did not approve of his relationship with this woman, did she?
What you mean approve? Like, she ain't want him with him?
Well, yes, I mean, she wasn't happy, she wasn't okay with him dating Shrimp, was she?
No, I guess.
Or you don't know?
I don't really know, to be honest.
But Mr. Garcia and Shrimp were still together in 2015 because they were on the bike together.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your daughter, you have a daughter that was born in June of 2014, correct? Lulu.
June 27th.
And so I don't say your name, we can refer to her as Lulu is her nickname, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lulu was actually born on June 27th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
That is right dab smack in the middle of the two trips, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it'd be fair to say that that's a good reference point for your memory, because you remember your daughter being born, right?
Of course.
And your daughter actually was born with a hole in her heart, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she was in the hospital for a while.
Yes.
You were there every day.
Yes.
You remember that happening.
Of course.
All right. And of course you were there because you know how important it is to be a father to someone's kids, right? To your kids.
Of course, my baby girl.
All right. You don't only have one kid, do you?
No, ma'am.
How many do you have?
I got 5.
All right. And you take your role as father seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, before we go any further, I would like to go over a timeline, because I think this is going to assist. And this is just, I'm going to be dealing with the different statements that you've given in this case. And Your Honor, I just want to make sure you can see.
No,
Okay, you ready? Now, before I go into the details of your participation in Dan Markel's execution, let's start with where all your statements were, okay? May 27th of 2016, you were in a federal detention center at Coleman in Orlando, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this point, you're already sentenced to 12 years in prison on your federal case.
12 and a half.
12 and a half, okay, thank you. And and this is a conviction for conspiracy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we'll get back to those details. But on that date, okay, 2 detectives came to speak to you at Coleman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they specifically asked you about your involvement in a homicide in Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You flat out denied knowing anything about no murder.
Of course.
Okay, so on 5/27, it's fair to say you gave no information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They read you your rights?
That day they see me, no.
They did not read you your rights?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, does it, I mean, you know what your rights are.
Of course.
All right, so, but you don't know if,
I just don't remember.
all right, and you knew that that statement was recorded.
Everything is recorded.
All right, and I know you say that, but just to make sure it's clear for the jury, I'm going to ask, and you need to let me know if you think it was recorded or you know it was recorded, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So did you know that on 5/27 it was recorded?
I think everything is recorded.
Okay, so it's a think.
Everything is recorded.
Everything is recorded, okay. Did you see a tape recorder or anything in front of you?
They hide everything.
Okay, they had everything. They're the FBI. So let's now move on to what happens next. Then after 5/27, you've denied everything, right? Were you then charged with the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You, along with Sigfredo Garcia, are then transferred to Leon County, where you are right now, detention facility,
Yes, ma'am.
to face the charges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And isn't it true that your warrant and everyone's warrant was released to the media?
Yes, ma'am.
Because your family called you and told you about it, right?
Of course.
And they spoke to you about all of the state's theory of what they thought the case was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They could read it for themselves.
Yeah.
And Mr. Zanganeh brought out, you were made very well aware of the fact that the state was seeking the death penalty against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They were trying to kill you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your case is set for trial, all right? And you are appointed a lawyer by the state.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you had 2 Collins representing you. Do you remember who was the primary attorney on your case?
Chuck Collins.
Chuck Collins, okay. Just I want to make sure I'm referring to the correct one, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, before you took your plea, you and your lawyer went over all your evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're not going to take a plea unless you know what the evidence is against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your lawyer is under an obligation to go over all of the evidence with you.
Of course.
Did he show you any videos or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
No?
No.
Okay. But you went over at least all the reports and everything that was written down?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's because when you take a plea, courts ask, do you understand what the evidence is against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so now we're moving to August 8th, okay? You signed a proffer agreement on August 8th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, that had your signature on it, and it basically said that whatever you were going to tell the prosecution, you had immunity for it. Is that correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Okay, so I have the document in front of me, and is it fair to say that the document, if your signature is on it, would be an accurate reflection
Yeah,
of what it said?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move on just for now, and then we'll take that up a little later, all right? But your understanding was, I mean, let me know. You were just going to talk to them without any protection?
Yeah. I need no protection. I'm like, I wasn't worried about protection, but now that all this came out to the media and everybody knows, I need protection.
Okay. And just so that while I have you on the stand, just to make sure, Your Honor, may I approach? Just for him to identify something, I'm not moving anything into evidence.
You given this a number?
Mr. Rivera, I'm showing you what has been marked as a defense exhibit. It's defense exhibit number 3. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
You see what I'm showing you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the first time you've ever seen this before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. This signature right here, is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Now, let's talk about the setup on that day, all right? So you agreed to talk to the prosecution. This is August 8th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your lawyer was there,
Yes.
and you were in a room with your lawyer, right?
Yes.
And the prosecutor and the investigator were actually in the other room. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't remember the questions that they asked you?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember the answers that you gave?
No.
But you do remember that there was a back and forth.
Yes, ma'am.
And then before you would give your responses, you discussed it with your attorney. He would then give the answer over, and then it would just kind of go like a tennis match, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time on August 8th, okay, and we put question marks because you don't remember what you said and what they said, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you and the prosecutor, one thing we know, were not able to come to an agreement at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
That's true, right?
That's true.
So your case is continuing in the trial path.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then you have another meeting like that, the one I just described with the prosecutors, in late September. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you again, just so the record is clear, that wasn't recorded either, or it was?
Everything's recorded to my knowledge.
Okay. So then, the next day on September 30th of 2016, isn't it true that Detective Isom and Agent Sanford came to the Jefferson County Jail to take a statement from you? You remember that? Or did they pull you out of the jail? You tell me.
No, I was in the jail.
You were in the jail when they took, this was before you go on the ride along with them?
Yeah.
Okay, so on that timeline, they meet with you in the jail and you provide them with a statement, right?
Yeah.
And the detectives are asking you all these questions, right?
Yeah.
But it's not recorded.
Oh, I don't know about that. But it's like I told you, to me, my knowledge, everything's recorded.
Do you remember if Detective Isom or Agent Sanford, you know who those individuals are, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you remember if you saw them taking down notes?
I can't remember.
Okay. Now, after that meeting, isn't it true that you said you wanted 15 years for this?
Yeah.
Now, 15, I mean, you're already serving 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And so 3 would just be, I mean, if you get the gain time, if you do, you know, it's going to kind of line up. You wouldn't really spend too much time in state custody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You tell them at that time that Garcia is the shooter, Sigfredo Garcia. right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, the very next day, or it's not the next day, I think it's October 2nd, they actually come back to you and say that they're willing to offer you 19, right?
I think they tried to offer 25 and I denied it.
Okay, but then after October 1st, they came back to you and now the deal was had at 19 years.
19, yeah.
Did they tell you what happened on October 1st?
No.
Did
I don't remember.
you know that Katie was arrested on that day? After you spoke to them?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Now, at that time, you sign an agreement, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the plea cooperation deal that you made with the state, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's actually a signed document with your signature on it.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure your lawyer went over it with you, right?
Yes.
And it spells out what is expected of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you remember the details of that proffer agreement?
No, ma'am.
That cooperation agreement? You do not, okay? So, but you do remember signing it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to come back to that a little later, all right? So let's now talk, now, and the final remaining statements, just so that I get your agreement on them so that we know it's accurate. November 29th, 2016, you meet in front of a grand jury to provide sworn testimony, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You remember doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then on January 31st of 2018, you provided a depo to Mr. Zangane, deposition.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where he sat down and he was asking you questions with a court reporter, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on March 22nd, 2019, that's when we took your deposition, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Same rules applied, you understand what your responsibilities were to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
And I want to make sure I didn't miss anything out. I did leave one out. Actually, the only recorded statement that the cops took. On October 4th, after you've cut the deal, right? You, Detective Isom and Agent Sanford and your lawyers finally sit down in a room, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And record your statement for the first time. According to them, it's the first recording we have of your statement.
I guess, I don't know.
I think he's answered the question that he doesn't know. He presumed everything was recorded.
Sustained.
Okay. Have you seen that recording?
No.
You know that recording was released to the media?
Yes, my family told me.
Your family saw it, right? Now, your family, who is the closest one you're to?
My sister.
Your sister, which one? Maria?
Yes, ma'am.
Maria Rivera, she is your closest sibling, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so now we're going to start jotting some things down, and I want to keep this very organized with trip 1 and trip 2, okay? Now, isn't it true that around this time in 2014, you were using Molly like candy?
I was in Molly like candy.
Mm-hmm.
Not like candy, but I use it.
You remember giving a statement in the deposition in Arizona? When I was there, Mr. DeCosta was there?
Yeah, I know you were there.
Okay.
I remember you being there. I ain't forget that.
You never said that?
I said I did not forget you being there.
Okay. Is it your testimony you did not say that?
No, I did.
Oh, you did say it. Okay, so I
I
don't
took
need to-
Molly's, but not like candy. I don't remember saying like candy, but I don't remember saying like candy, but I took Molly's.
Okay. So I am going to refer the court and all counsels to page 41. Where's 41? Okay. So what about Molly? Starting at line 4 and ending at 7. So what about Molly? MDMA. Oh yeah, Molly. We'll take Molly like candy. I forgot about Molly. Remember that?
I just say I forgot about it.
Okay. You also were doing cocaine.
Yep.
Now, I want to start, the major thing is the first time you found out from Sigfredo Garcia that you were going to Tallahassee to execute a man that you did not know. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In direct examination, I don't know how we're going to do this because you testified to 2 things. At first, you testified that you found out that it was a murder on the way up to Tallahassee. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on cross-examination with Mr. Zangane, you testified that you found out about it when you reached Tallahassee. You remember that?
I said that yesterday?
Yep.
No,
Oh.
that's an improper question. The jury will remember what was said. It's not for you to
But-
say what was said, Ms. Kawats.
Okay. Now, on November 29th of 2016, you provided grand jury testimony, correct?
That's the day my grandma died, yes, I remember.
You remember. And there was a court reporter there. She took down everything you said. You knew what your obligation was, which is to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was actually almost 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Okay. Now, on that date, you remember that you said, I found out about it on half the way up. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on September 30th of 2016, you told the detectives that you found out about the murder on the departure date, but you got more details on the drive up. You remember telling them that?
I don't remember.
All right. Then on 10/4, the recorded statement, you said you found out before you even left Miami, and even before Garcia rented the car. Correct?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember saying that on the recorded statement?
I don't remember.
Okay. So we'll take that up a little later. Now, on January 31st, you then go back and say that you find out about the murder on the drive up. You were by Orlando. You remember that?
I don't remember for real.
Okay, so now you don't remember what you said in the depositions?
No, it been 5 years ago. I can't remember all of this.
Well, let's talk about the deposition that you gave a few months ago with me in March of 2019.
Let's go.
You said you found out the murder halfway up on the drive.
Yeah, I remember telling you that.
Okay. Now, Sigfredo Garcia told you on several occasions, on your different statements, that Wendy Adelson was the person financing this murder for hire thing. Is that true?
Repeat the question again, please.
That Sigfredo Garcia told you that Wendy Adelson was the person financing this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But on 9/30, when you were talking to the detectives, you referred to her as the woman with 2 kids that wanted her ex-husband killed. Remember you told them that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, on 10/4, you said Sigfredo Garcia told you that he got the money from the lady, and he never said her name. That's what you said on 10/4, right?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. Then on 11/29, that's when you say that Garcia told you that the money came from Wendy.
Yeah.
Then on January 31st, you said Sigfredo said again that Wendy was going to pay. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
But then, in March of 2019, you told us the dentist's sister wants her kids back. That's what you said.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, on the drive up, you previously testified that Sigfredo was constantly on the phone with Catherine on the drive up.
He was on the phone from time to time with Catherine.
Okay, so your words back then were constantly on the phone. So is your testimony today, because this is important, is that he was sometimes on the phone with her?
He was on the phone. He was on the phone.
A lot?
Yeah.
Okay. That will be reflected on his phone records, right?
Should be.
It should be. Okay.
Not if you got a throwaway phone.
Did he have a throwaway phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But he only had one phone, right?
That one phone's a throwaway phone.
Just the throwaway phone.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the other phone that he had that was connected to the actual line that he had? Describe it for me.
We had 2 phones. I had
know.
2 phones. He got 2 phones.
What phone did you have?
I got 2 phones.
I know you had 2 phones, but one was an iPhone, right?
Both of them was iPhone.
Oh, okay. So do you remember what type of phone he had? I know you said there's a
It was
throwaway.
A flip phone.
A flip phone.
Yeah.
Okay. But you clearly remember that on the trip, the phone that he had
It was a flip phone.
was a flip phone that's not the burner phone.
That is a burner phone.
That is the burner phone.
Yes, ma'am.
The one that's not connected to the line that everybody knows.
But yes.
Okay. Now, on every single statement that you've ever made, except for the ones where you don't remember and that you denied everything, up until yesterday, you have consistently said that Garcia drove the entire drive up on the first trip.
Yes, ma'am.
It's only until they showed you the traffic ticket that you got that you changed and said, oh wait, I may have driven on the first trip.
Yeah, I drove the other half. I didn't remember. It's been a long time. I really didn't remember. But yeah, I did drive the other half. We had stopped. He's like, man, I'm tired. Take the other half. And I took the other way all the way up.
Okay, but if I go through each one of those statements, it will say that you said Garcia drove the entire way up.
I could say that I said it. I didn't remember.
Okay, but
Until I got the ticket.
until
I
you
seen
got the ticket.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, your lawyer didn't go over that with you? The ticket?
Yeah.
He did go over it
He
with you?
told me.
Okay.
But I thought I got the ticket on the Prius.
But it says
I was
what car
confused.
that you have on the ticket.
I know, but I was confused.
Now, one thing that may have affected your ability to remember things is, let's talk about how much drugs you were using on the trip, okay? Now, you testified that you were, I mean, I don't know how much 15 grams are, but that sounds to me like it's a lot of cocaine. Is it a lot?
Not really.
It's not a lot? Okay. How much would that street
Like
value
that's
be?
a half an ounce.
Half an ounce, okay, that I can better visualize how much that is. Okay. Now, it wasn't just cocaine though. I know yesterday you said you weren't smoking weed, but that's not true, is it?
No, I didn't smoke no weed. I was on probation. I couldn't smoke weed.
Okay. So your testimony today is you did not smoke weed, right?
No, I didn't smoke no weed.
Okay. You gave a statement, a recorded statement to the detectives in this case on October 4th of 2016, correct?
Yeah.
The detectives were there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your lawyer was there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, before they even put you on record, they explained to you what the consequence was for lying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They explained to you that you'd be facing a misdemeanor perjury charge, is what they told you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, I'm referring court and counsel because it's recorded, right? And you told the truth at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To page 14 of the October statement, starting at line 12 and finishing at line 16. And I said, all right, let's ride. Got in the car and he drove. I was on the passenger side. I was rolling a blunt and we drove. I was drinking the whole night that way.
I don't think I smoked. I can't remember. I don't think I smoked because I know I was on probation.
But you were drinking and driving while you were on probation.
Yeah, you can drink it. Don't come out of my P-test.
Can you possess a firearm while you are on probation?
No, not at all. You can't
But
do nothing when you're on probation.
But you possessed a firearm though.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Sigfredo Garcia was also drinking and doing drugs as well too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you weren't taking any medication at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next thing I want to ask you, and this is on the first trip, is about the paper that you said Sigfredo Garcia pulled out. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think you said that it had a picture on it,
Yes, ma'am.
and that there was an address on it, is what you think it was.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And no one asked you, but what did the picture look like?
Excuse me?
What did the picture look like?
A picture of him.
I know. Describe it.
A regular piece of paper
Okay.
with a picture of him and the address.
It was in black and white or color?
Black and white. I think so.
Now, you had no idea who Dan Markel was at that time.
At all. No.
You didn't even know the name.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on September 30th of 2016, you told the detectives it was a color picture.
I told him, is it black and white or color? I did not remember. I told him just like that.
Hold on, because I need to write this down, because it's not recorded, that you told the detectives it was either a color
Or black and white.
picture or a black and white. You didn't know. That's what you told them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on October 4th, 2016, you said it was black and white, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But in deposition with me, you described this in detail that it was in color.
I can't remember if it was black and white. So y'all kept throwing just throwing at me. So I told you it was black. I told you it was in color.
So you weren't truthful when you told me that?
Yeah, it was truthful, but I couldn't remember if it was black and white or in color. Just like I told the detective and I told you.
But just so that it's clear, because I'm not understanding right now, you answered my question
Yes, ma'am.
and you said it was in color.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember at the end of the deposition, I asked if there's anything you needed to change?
Yes, ma'am.
You also remember if I said if there's anything important that you need to change, you let me know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you didn't do that?
I don't have your, how,
The page in line for this.
That would be in the, what are we on, the color? Oh, that would be on the March deposition at page 87. You're welcome.
87?
87. Let me just make sure I
Bottom of
don't
the
want to
page.
be leading anybody. Hold on. 10-4. 322. And I want to make sure the record is clear. Hold on.
Judge, I'm gonna object improper impeachment. I don't think this is inconsistent. I'll ask that the answer be read into record.
Hold on.
Let's ask, let's be verbatim, read the question
Yes,
and the
hold on, Your Honor,
answer.
because I don't have it highlighted.
Line 24 is what I'm looking at.
Oh, okay, yes, I'll read it. Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. So at the end of page 87 and the beginning of page 88, was the picture in color or black and white? Sorry. It's been a while. That's in the transcript, Judge. Probably was in color. I think he had a white shirt on. I'm not too sure.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's talk about, I think we already talked about the cell phones. You had 2 and he had 1.
Yes, ma'am.
This is on trip 1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now the next topic I want to talk about is the number of guns that you brought on the trip. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we've already established that you're on probation in Miami-Dade at this time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And even though you testified in court that you found out on the trip up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true because you actually got the gun before you left. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So before even leaving, you went and obtained the firearm that was used to kill Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason you went and got another gun is because the gun that Sigfredo Garcia showed you, you said that wasn't good for a killing, correct?
I thought it was a big-ass gun.
And that it would blow someone's brains out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you told him.
Yes, ma'am.
So you then suggested, let me go find a better gun to kill someone else.
He told me to find a smaller one, and I went and got another one.
Okay. So you go into the street, right? This is the day of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, this is the day before you leave on the first trip. And you go to some kid in Overtown, is what
Yes,
you
ma'am.
said? Okay. You don't know this person's name?
No, ma'am.
We'll never be able to find them?
No, ma'am.
But you bought a gun from him in cash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So way before you even leave, you know what you're going to Tallahassee to do.
To rob somebody. I'm thinking we're finna go rob somebody.
So even still now, your testimony is that you didn't know it was a murder until you went up?
Until I got in that car and we spoke about it, going up there.
But couldn't you only use one gun for a robbery? Why you need 2?
There's 2 people,
So
me and him.
if you're gonna take someone's money, you just need to point one gun at them, right?
What happened if they pull on you?
You have got your gun?
We took 2 guns, ma'am.
Okay, well, you're the expert. So, now, not only did you buy the gun before you left, you went and bought the bullets, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But we'll talk about that when we get to the second trip. So, you come up to Tallahassee now, and you have been consistent that 2 guns on the first trip. Everybody had 2 guns, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Zanganeh put up on the projector your phone records. You saw that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know that the prosecution, and you know from the evidence, that they have your phone records of you pinging up in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Your lawyer went over that with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you be surprised for me to tell you that you were only on the first trip in Tallahassee one night?
I can't remember that.
Okay, but would the phone records be more accurate? Because they can't change the phone records, right?
I guess not. I don't know.
Okay, so we can rely on the phone records as to how long you really stayed in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One thing we do know is that you did get a traffic ticket at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, the map situation. Right, so yesterday you testified that he didn't need a map?
Nobody never asked me for no map. He said, Electronic.
Okay. So you know on 9:30 you told the detectives, no need for a map at all. He drove straight to the hotel.
No, I think I told him we stopped and got a map in the store.
Okay, so another thing you told the detectives was that you stopped
And got a map.
and got a map. Okay. Okay. Now, another thing that you testified to is Garcia scoping out Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're sure that this happened on the first trip?
No, I'm not sure.
Now you're not sure. Okay. Now I want to ask you about something else that you talked about. Well, I'm actually can't remember if you talked about. Was there an incident in Tallahassee where you pulled 2 guns on 4 people?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if that was the first trip or the second trip?
First trip.
First trip. Okay. So let's talk about that. Garcia had left the hotel room,
I'll
right?
sustain the objection at this point.
Your Honor, may
I
we go?
sustain the objection.
Can we go sidebar?
No. Move on.
You never mentioned that incident to the detectives in September, did you?
Objection.
Sustain.
Okay. So now let's talk about the second trip. You knew from the first trip, because you testified on this on direct, that Dan Markel was a father, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew he had 2 kids.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the month span between the first trip and the second trip, you yourself had a baby, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when Sigfredo Garcia came to you to ask you to go back to Tallahassee to execute this father, you had no problem with it, did you?
That's my best friend. I took the ride with him.
So you
He
had
said he
no
only
problem with
trusts me,
it.
so I took the ride with him.
So you had no problem with it.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't call the police? Did
No.
you? You didn't try to talk him down like you did with the car.
No, ma'am.
And you probably could have, but you didn't.
No, ma'am.
So now you're driving up to Tallahassee to kill this man that you don't know. And correct me if I'm wrong, in between that time, you never had any face-to-face meetings with Catherine.
No, ma'am.
Okay, never even spoke to her.
Nope.
Okay, so before you leave on this trip, you go and rent the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
It's in your name.
Yes, ma'am.
You drove.
Yes, ma'am.
The gun used to kill Dan Markel, that was your gun, right?
That I bought in the corner. Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought.
Yeah.
The
Not
one
my
you-
gun.
The one you bought the bullets for.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The gun, the other gun, what you called it, the long nose,
Yes, ma'am.
that wasn't used.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's talk about how many guns were taken on the second trip. How many guns were on the second trip?
I think we took 1.
Okay, so your testimony today is that you think you took 1.
Yeah.
Okay. You remember giving a deposition, in this case on January 31st of 2018 with Mr. Zanganeh?
Yeah, I remember taking the decision with him.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth like you're doing today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Court and Counsel, page 94. Lines 3 to 10. Garcia, he had the gun, the little small one, the black one, not the long nose. No, he busted who had the long nose. He did. He had both of them by his leg. He had both guns? Yeah.
That was the first trip.
Would you like me to go back further and give you a little more context?
No, ma'am.
Because this is when you were talking about the shooting of the hole in the bottom of the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's the second trip. And Your Honor, I can hear Ms. Kappelman saying things behind me. If we could ask her to just keep it down. Okay, thank you. Okay, now, on this second trip, isn't it true that you brought with you masks and hoodies?
Yeah, I always kept them in my car regardless.
Okay, but you brought them with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this would be in an attempt to conceal your identity?
Yes, ma'am.
But you never told the detectives about that on 9/30, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't tell them about it in September?
I don't remember.
Okay, we'll make it easy. The first time you ever talked about bringing hoods and masks and all of these things was January 31st, right?
I think I brought them, but I don't remember telling them nothing about no mask.
So I can ask the detectives.
Hey, you can ask them.
All right. Another thing that you testified to now, how was Mr. Garcia's phone communication with Miss McBanwell on the ride out? They talk a lot?
Yeah,
How much?
I don't remember.
Okay, and all of this will be reflected on his phone, or did he have a throwaway phone this time?
I had a throwaway phone.
Okay, and how did you know it was Catherine McBanwell he was talking to?
It's the only person he's talked to is her. He don't talk to nobody else.
He doesn't talk to his girlfriend Shrimp?
Not in that phone.
Doesn't talk to his mom?
No.
Okay, so the only phone number in his phone records should be Catherine's, right?
I mean, if he on the throwaway phone, you ain't gonna find. I don't think you'll find some phone numbers.
Well, then Catherine wouldn't be calling him on his regular phone if she knows about the throwaway, right?
She called him on the throwaway. They had
Okay.
a throwaway phone.
So there should be no records of any calls with Catherine on his real phone.
I can't tell you that.
Okay. What was Catherine McBanwell's phone number back then?
The last four, I can tell you, I think it was 13, 16, or
13.
16, 17, around there.
Okay. Now, the first day on the second trip, okay, you say that you went and you scoped out the house, right?
The first trip,
Second trip now.
Second trip.
I'm done with the first trip. We'll
All
just
right.
focus on the second trip, okay? So now you've driven up to Tallahassee with Garcia. You guys are in the Prius, okay?
yes, ma'am.
And day one, you scope out Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a couple times where you actually see him going and you follow him to the daycare, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you see him drop his kids off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't abandon the plan.
No, ma'am.
Now, the very next day, which would be the Thursday, the day before the murder, isn't it true that you say that you saw Wendy Adelson walking on Trescott Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the street of Dan Markel's house.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that this took place before 12 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And what you saw was she was 2 houses down from Markel's house with the boys, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You say that you guys come face to face with each other.
Face to face, I'm in the car driving.
Right, but
She's walking.
She's walking, so
I can see through my rear mirror. I looked at her. I can see her through my rear mirror looking at the car.
So just so I can picture it in my mind, are you guys walking in the same direction or is she walking towards you?
We're not walking. I'm in the car driving.
No, I
She's
know.
walking.
I apologize. So you're driving. Are you driving towards her face to face?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I was asking you. And you testified today that she got on the phone as soon as you passed her.
Yes, ma'am.
And then she then walked up into Dan Markel's house.
Yes.
That you remember her with the boys walking up into
She
Dan
passed,
Markel's
I think
house.
she had passed his house. I can't remember. I'm not even gonna say that. I can't remember.
Okay, so you know where I'm going with this. You know
Yeah.
you didn't say that in any of your statements, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that you say, so at this point, you see this woman and you say you recognize that she's staring at you. So you bring it to Mr. Garcia's attention, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his response?
That's that lady. That's the lady with the kids.
Okay. So he didn't even say her name.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know you remember giving the recorded statement on October 4th of 2016 with the detectives? The one that's online?
No.
You don't remember
I
doing that?
remember the
Okay.
recording, but
You said that Sigfredo told you that's Wendy, and that she came to make sure everything
I just
is all
told you I
right.
don't remember.
So you don't remember that either? Is that what your testimony is today?
The day of when I had with the detective, I remember telling him that, but right now I'm telling you, I don't remember. You refreshing my memory though, so.
No, that's fine. So when I told you that you said that, you remember that you told that to the police?
Yeah, nah, I do.
Okay. And you told them it happened before 12?
Yeah,
And that Sigfredo already knew it was Wendy?
yeah.
All right, so let's talk about someone by the name of Mr. Nobles. Who is that?
No.
Shadrach Nobles. I think he was selling you guys some stuff while you were in Tallahassee?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Shadrach Nobles, the guy who was selling you cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you guys got his phone number from the first trip, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you happened to run into him again on the second trip, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So whose phone had his phone number in it?
He put the number on my phone, but he tried to call him from his phone. He wouldn't answer, so he called him from my phone.
Okay, so any calls from your phone to Nobles is Garcia making it on your phone?
Yeah, you'll hear his voice if you got the recording.
Okay, and since he was only using a throwaway phone, there should be no phone calls between your phone and Garcia's registered phone?
I never called Garcia from my phone.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is because you say he only had a throwaway, you two weren't communicating on, I mean, you guys were always together. There would be no need for
Yes,
any
ma'am.
phone calls.
I know me for no phone calls.
No phone calls, okay. Now, do you remember in your, hold on, let me see which page that is. Your statement that you gave to the police, hold on, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, you told us, okay, that you told this to the detective, that's Wendy. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that the detectives then showed you a picture of her? And
Sure,
you
ma'am.
ID'd her?
Yes, ma'am.
That sounds familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we should have a picture of Wendy Markel with, Wendy Adelson with your signature on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next day is the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, before the murder, did something unusual happen with the car?
Before the murder?
Before the murder.
Yeah, he shot a hole right through the car.
Who shot a hole through the car?
Garcia.
Okay, what gun was he using?
The little one.
The little one, the one that was used to kill Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the long nose?
We didn't have no long nose.
Okay.
I don't think we had one.
Now, the shooting of the car, the person who was there that can testify to that is Shadrach Nobles, right?
He don't know nothing about it. We ain't never told him.
But he drove you to the AutoZone.
He drove Garcia to the AutoZone.
Okay, to pick up parts to repair the car and come back, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he saw you guys there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is someone from Tallahassee?
Yeah, I think he lives in Tallahassee.
All right. Now, let's also talk about this owl on Instagram. Okay? Today in trial, you testified that you had put an owl on Instagram.
Yes, ma'am.
And that Katie called Sigfredo, Catherine McBanuel called Sigfredo Garcia, who then told you, take the picture down.
Yes, ma'am.
And you took the picture down.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you didn't mention this at all in your September 30th statement.
I don't remember.
Okay. You mentioned it to the detectives in your recorded statement, which is the October 4th one, right?
I don't remember.
You mentioned it, you didn't mention it at all in January, right?
I don't think so. Nobody ever asked me, so I don't remember.
But then you told us it was either Facebook or Instagram, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But since October 4th of 2016, the detective knew that you had an Instagram account, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You told them?
Yeah.
Okay. They also knew you had a Facebook account?
I ain't never put up. Somebody did a Facebook under my name. Never did it myself.
What was your Instagram name?
My name? My name?
Oh, Luis Rivera?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
But that one would have been Tado. King Tado. King Tado.
King Tazo. Okay. Now, you testified earlier that Garcia asked you to commit the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he asked you this the day before the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
All right? So let's talk about the day of the homicide. You get up in the morning and you know that you are going to go kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No attempts made to stop anybody, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You guys get in the car, you're driving,
Mhm.
and you follow Dan Markel to the daycare and watch him drop his kids off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You wait till he gets back in his car, and then he goes to the gym, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You sit there and you wait for him to get out,
Yes.
and then you go to his house, and you follow him to his house, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you pulled up behind him in the driveway, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right? And that Sigfredo Garcia got out and shot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true that you knew that Markel put his hand up to his face, Dan Markel?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Sigfredo Garcia was doing coke and alcohol all morning, right?
Yeah.
And you were too.
I woke up, took a shower, probably. I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
All morning? I don't remember that.
Okay. Do you remember if you consumed anything that morning?
I don't
Okay.
remember.
Don't remember. But you may not have because you needed to keep a clear head?
Probably.
Okay. Now, a big thing that everyone is making, or that you're making a big deal about, something you remember, is this first phone call after